About set. And they're racing out of the gate in 28, racing at Canterbury Park. The racing's in the air on the vast and ever-expanding Canterbury Park Teleracing Network, and the one who immediately soars off to the lead is NK Rocket Man. It's the lid lifter, and the Rocket Man soars away by about 5. That is NK Rocket Man leading a well-strung outfield. Welcome to Canterbury, those of you here in Shakopee for the lid lifter of all lid lifters. Those of you watching and wagering abroad, thank you too, as NK Rocket Man slows down up the barn side. After that, we have Karma Newts. Karma Newts is attached to Mishko, and they're cutting into the margin of this lonely leader. About 4 lengths behind that is Just Blaze, 4th, 7 out of it, and about 3-4 lengths clear from Ama Harley 2. That Minnesotan needs to get going about 10 lengths from the lead opener, CBY, and is to the inside of Feeding Frenzy and Chocolate Ice Cream. The veterans beginning to unwind from behind and is about 12 lengths behind the Lone Speed. NK Rocket Man at 6-5 sets sail for home on the beautiful Canterbury lawn. NK Rocket Man shifts ground, is vulnerable. Outside Just Blaze, and between runners Feeding Frenzy finishing sweetly with Chocolate Ice Cream to the outside, and at 5-1 Chocolate Ice Cream. My oh my, so am good. The Alligator Hunter has gone in. Dr. Oscar is favored, and they're racing in the 10,000 Lake Stakes. And the Gator at the Alligator Hunter pops very nicely and is sticking with Dr. Oscar, at least for this part of the race in the early stages of the $50,000 10,000 Lake Stakes. After that, Weston's Wildcat watches it from 6 out of it, and the rich veteran Hotshot Kid asked for run by Harry, about 8 behind the Doctor. Dr. Oscar operates with a lead of a half. In second, the Alligator Hunter, looking to take a big chomp out of the purse, is now on level terms. Hotshot Kid, 7 out of it to the inside of Weston's Wildcat, and around about the quarter pole, the Alligator Hunter, the bookender, is making Dr. Oscar, the ballyhooed 1-5 favorite, work very hard. They're into the final furlong. Dr. Oscar by an inch. The Alligator Hunter red blinkers. After that, Hotshot Kid, not today, in Weston's Wildcat. The Doctor's in the house, and Dr. Oscar is the 10,000 Lakes champion. And here they are. And they're racing to the outside. Halo's Laddie, the Nebraska shipper, at 6-1. Juicy for a quartet. Outbreaks the field, but that lead has been ceded. And now taking over is Birdie Machine, attempting to win 2 in a row. Joined by Ranger Gus, and they skirmish. 1 and 3, slug it out. 5-6 lengths clear from Halo's Laddie. And after that, at the rear, advancing Grunder, not strictly the one to catch, but about 8 lengths from the lead. They're off the far turn, 1-3, 3-1. The favored Birdie Machine is to the outside of Ranger Gus, who still is pesky. However, Uloa has yet to ask Birdie Machine for run, and now begins to niggle at that favorite. The 1-9 favorite opens up by 3. Behind them, Grunder's running a nice one. Rider has the green helmet cover, and outside of that, an on-charging Halo's Laddie. Birdie Machine spreads the wings and flies flies away by 3. They surrounded this hot favorite, but Birdie Machine, this gelding said no and prevails. 3-6-5 in race 3.
Hang on.
They're racing, and they've broken a line. On the far outside, the gray horse, Highly Creative, rallied out of the gate, but has been overtaken by Miss Mac, and Miss Mac is right up on the lead with Allotrope, liking the science of it all in the early equation. Russian to the wire is rushing up on the inside, overtaken now by Highly Creative. Then we come back to Ms. Callie, about 7 out of it, and 2.5 clear from Beverly Dreaming, racing well off the inside. 9 lengths covers them, and they are off the far turn. Miss Mac tugs them along and does so at 2.5 to 1. Outside of that is Allotrope being niggled at by the rider, about 3.5 clear from Highly Creative doing the moonwalk. Ms. Callie is about to soar by that one to the outside. Russian to the wire so far is saying niet. And after that we have Beverly Dreaming. It's a nightmare. 15 out of it into the final furlong. And Miss Mac is gone. Miss Mac and Alonzo Quinones. Let's put a Q around race 4 at 2.5 to 1. It's 2-5-4 in race 4. At CBY, and they're racing, and they've broken a line. Nobody really keen to get on with it yet. So on the inside, Thick Haze, the Minnesotan, looks for the lead, but has been overtaken by Meet Joe. And at 5 to 1, Meet Joe meets the lead and opens up by a length and a half. 3 of them in tightly around the corner. 2, 3, and 8 in tightly, no significant trouble. But while that was happening, Meet Joe was able to skirt away by 3. After that, we have Gopher Gold, 5th, about 7 lengths out of it. 3.5 lengths clear from King Nate. And King Nate whips them in and is only 7 lengths from the lead, but Meet Joe has found a lonely lead. Up the barn side they go, opening night at Canterbury Park. Meet Joe now has company in the shape of Thick Haze, and Thick Haze trying to put the others in a daze, about 2.5 lengths clear from Club Mesquite. That one is 2.5 lengths clear from Cybertruck, who is covering up Gopher Gold, 5 lengths out of it, and up top 5 and 2 slug it out. They're throwing haymakers. Thick Haze at 8 to 5 takes the lead around about the quarter pole, and Thick Haze is running away from Meet Joe. After that, we have Cybertruck, and that one's to the outside of Club Mystique. Then on the wide side, King Nate is coming on in royal fashion. Here's King Nate cutting the lead from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes. It is King Nate rolling over the field at 12 to 1. King Nate with style points. And they're racing. From the outside, Astronaut Oscar out pops the field, and now Euromantic here from Claremore joins. Boat Song between them. Boat Song comes flying up between those two, and now is an arrow second, about 3.5 lengths clear from Warrior Boss. That one is unseen in 8 months, but is close handy and is to the inside of Schmooze. Then we come back to Colonel Clink, the Hot Spring Shipper, last in 8 lengths, rearmost. Off the far turn they go, and seizing command is Euromantic. Euromantic is 24-1. The pick 5 began with an upset, and now Euromantic at a fat price, threatening to do it again, leading it by 2. Warrior Boss to the inside, shaken up. Boat Song shaken up. Outside is Astronaut Oscar, and then we come back to Schmooze. Into the final furlong, Euromantic looking to get cozy with the winner circle. Euromantic, Warrior Boss resurgent, but Euromantic, the longest shot on the board, has blown the tote board to Bemidji. And they're racing. Oops. Number 8, Chocolate Freckles, missed the start. If you have wagers involving number 8, hold on to those tickets until the judges take a peek at the start of race number 7. That's 8, Chocolate Freckles, tardy out of the gate. Meanwhile, the others speed away, and Barbara Roloff is rolling away. It is Barbara Roloff at 17-1, 5. In second is Give 'em Shade. After that, 2.5 more back to Elegance and Tonic, covering up Chaparrita. Elegance and Tonic actually right behind that one, and Barbara Roloff still leads by 6. The field is well strung out, and Barbara Roloff is sizzling on the lead. May Disco is threatening to do the moonwalk. Then we come back to Jewel Azul. That one's to the inside of She's on Easy Street, and Chocolate Freckles can see them all. Barbara Roloff's lead has been usurped. Barbara Roloff now joined by Give 'em Shade, and Give 'em Shade has shaded Barbara Roloff, who re-breaks at 17-1 as they head for home, and 1 and 4 are slugging it out. Right behind them is Elegance and Tonic, looking to leave them punch drunk. Outside of that, Chaparrita. Then on the far outside, She's on Easy Street. Here comes Elegance and Tonic, seizing command. Outside, She's on Easy Street, but Elegance and Tonic, intoxicatingly good. And they're racing. Happy Hour Bobby flies out of the gate, puts 2 on the field early. Happy Hour Bobby from Sir Sterling taking up the running in second. After that, the White Horse Silver Dash in tightly 5 from the front and overtaken by Sam Says. Then we come to Scatamaran, 7 lengths out of it, joined by Roses by Liam. That one is circumnavigating into action. Behind that one, Midnight Royal and Yo Dogs about 9 lengths behind the speed. And Sir Sterling comes sneaking through to the inside and attacks the pace-setting Happy Hour Bobby. In fact, Sir Sterling at 22-1 has taken the lead. After that, Roses by Liam and Sam Says, and they head for home. Sir Sterling 3, Sir Sterling 4. Outside of that, Roses by Liam, not in full bloom. Then it's Yo Dog rolling on for second, but it's another upset. Sir Sterling wins. Here they come. And they're racing in the Ladies Slipper Stakes. Styling and profiling was off very slowly way back in last. Oh, Babe, on a night full of upsets at 23-1. Oh, Babe is the first one to go to the lead now, encountered by She's My Warrior, who takes a narrow lead. And outside of that, Clickbait, who has won this race 2 consecutive years, prominent at 3-1. Charlie's Penny is the grade, tracking the back-to-back champion. Oh, Babe is losing ground with It's Her Time. And after that, we come back to Molly's Angel running on, and in last is Styling and Profiling. Up top, Clickbait battles it out with She's My Warrior. They're locked in battle as they head for home in the Ladies Slipper Stakes. Clickbait trying to go back to back to back. Charlie's Penny trying to be $1 million. These two, a couple of grays on opening day. Here comes Charlie and Charlie's Penny, and Lindy Wade are the Ladies Slipper champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota. Under sunny skies, the main track is fast, and the turf course is... Don't forget about the industry best 10% takeout pick 4. The post time pick 4 starts in race 1. And of course, the pick 5 at Canterbury, the final 5 thoroughbred races on the card. Today we have a special edition of that pick 5 with a carryover of just short of $70,000. It starts right around 2:35 Central with race number 4. Let's go over the changes on this afternoon's card. There are no scratches to report thus far on this card, so the races remain intact. There are some jockey changes to make you aware of, and we'll do that right now. Jockey Chad Lindsay is off his mounts this afternoon here at Canterbury Park. Lindsay is off his mounts. We'll start in race number 5 on the 2 Mizana. Make the jockey Constantino Roman. Roman picks up the mount on the 2 Mizana in race 5. 2 more jockey changes to report. The next of which happens in race 6, number 4 in the 6th race. Sundance Star, ridden by Alonso Quinones. Quinones on the 4 in race 6. And the last jockey change happens in race number 7. On the 6 horse, hit the seam, make the jockey Adamar Santos. Santos on the 6 in race 7. Main track fast, turf course firm, $70,000 nearly in that pick 5 carryover. Up next, Jeff Madej and Angela Herman with all the great goings on here at Canterbury Park.
Thank you, Kevin, and welcome to Canterbury Park. Day 2 of our 54-day meet, and what a night it was on opening night. I mean, everything came together. We saw a little bit of everything. Some favorites won, then a big string of long shots, results in a pick 5 carryover, something that I was begging for, and it happens. I mean, if it's this easy where I just ask for something to happen and it does, I'm going to have a pretty lucrative meet. What did you think of opening night?
Well, yeah, when we started off the pick 5 with the longest shot on the board, you knew that a carryover could have been in the works, but then when some of the longer shots started coming in, I mean, there were possibilities of 3 of 5. It was just that kind of night, and the stakes went more to form, but it was still a good finish in both of them. We'll take a look at those coming up in a little bit. And the crowd that was here, I think, was the most notable part for me. I knew that we would get a crowd. We always do on opening day, but it even exceeded what I thought that we would see. And I give my over and over gratitude for people who came out and joined us on a beautiful night, and anybody who played across the country too. I mean, it's a contentious night to be a part of the racing scene, but the support was heavy, and it's really fun to be a part of that kind of night.
We talked yesterday about the depth of our jockey colony, and we saw it last night. 9 races were run, 8 different jockeys won. It was bookended by Jermaine Bridgman winning the opener on the turf, which he excels at. And on the end, Lindy Wade, another veteran jockey. And in between, a bunch of different riders, including the Q, Quinones, who won 2 races himself. So deep jockey colony. Trainers, too. Some surprises there. Lynn Rarick, right off the bat, 2 wins.
Yeah, and King Nate was that aforementioned horse that threw a big bomb into the beginning of the pick 5. And you saw Lynn Rarick, Joel Burnt, Tim Padilla. They all had 2 wins apiece. Cody Rosine, Vic Hansen, Tony Rengstorff. You see a vast array of winners in both the trainers colony and the jockeys colony. And we hinted at that a little bit yesterday before the races, that you do see a good blend of people all the time at this meet. And it will be interesting to see what trends form, because last night you couldn't really form one. Everybody got a piece. So we'll see what transpires as we get past opening weekend, but a heck of a way to start it off with that. Everybody pretty much got in there that we could think of.
Absolutely. We saw some of the best Minnesota breds in action last night in those stakes races you alluded to, the 10,000 Lakes and the Lady Slipper. Let's take a look at the stakes run, starting with the 10,000 Lakes. And look at this. Dr. Oscar was all about him.
And the alligator hunter got right up to the head of Dr. Oscar, giving the acid test a bit to this very classy 3-year-old, and he pulled away. He answered the question beautifully, and Dr. Oscar, 4-year-old, and Dr. Oscar, I think, has a lot of targets that he could set his sights on after a performance like that.
And there it is. Tim Padilla, along with owner Pete Matson, they run 1-2 in the 10,000 Lakes, $50,000 race. Big win for Dr. Oscar. We'll see a lot of him. On to the Lady Slipper and Charlie's Penny. Look at this. Clickbait on the lead, but what happens, Ange?
I want not to be outdone by the boys. Charlie's Penny digs deep, and like Lindy Wade described, really ground out the win, and Clickbait gave her everything that she could handle down the stretch. But Charlie's Penny backs up that performance we saw her end on last year in the Distaff Sprint and kicks things off with a bang. I mean, it was the last race of the day, but probably one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting finish of that entire card.
That's a Minnesota mare that could run anywhere in the country. Charlie's Penny, what a gift to have her here at Canterbury Park. And she's a Minnesota bred, all talent and all grit, as you said. Now, on to the carryover, because that's what we want to talk about.
The carryover goes in race number 4 today in that pick 5 sequence. Almost $70,000. You can see the exact number behind us, $69,683. Nobody able to put those 5 winners in a row. And I mean, Charlie's Penny was an anchor on a lot of tickets, but just demonstrating the difficulty of that sequence that we kick things off with in pick 5 terms last night. And again, it kicks off in race number 4 today. That's a contentious maiden, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of similar price kick it off the same way that we did last night.
Again, welcome everyone to Canterbury Park. That's your 10,000-foot overview of the races. Now let's get granular. Let's go down to the paddock for Today at the Races with Kevin Gorg and Paul Allen.
Yo, what's going on? Welcome to Canterbury Park, day number 2 of the 2023 season. And with Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. We are 2/3 of what's known as the STEAM team. The other you just saw, Angela Herman with Jeff Madej. And with some of the things they talked about, including the gift known as Charlie's Penny. Last night, opening night at Canterbury Park, let's just put it this way. Let's start here. If you are the new senior director of racing operations, a man named Chris Mers, Andrew Offerman, the Offerman name is immortality at Canterbury. Andrew Offerman held that post into that role for many, many years. And now he's off to New York and has been for a while to work with NYRA, the New York Racing Association. So Chris Mers comes here from Santa Anita and fills that role. That role is incredibly difficult. They're always on their phone. There are things that, little fires that are emerging and things that are good and bad and good and bad. If you're Chris Mers and it's your first day and you're like, well, how'd your first day go? Say you talk to somebody in Arcadia and it's like, well, they were winning from all over on both surfaces, dirt and turf, off the pace and on it. We had upsets left and right, and some favorites won. In fact, favorites won both the stakes, and we triggered a pick 5 carryover of nearly $70,000. Well, that's a hell of a first day. So I don't know what the rest of the run looks like for our new Senior Director of Racing Operations, but what a start last night. Holy cow.
Yeah, what an atmosphere, right? We had almost 10,000 fans out here. The on-track crowd bet just short of 300,000. We took in almost $1.2 million in wagers, and this is on a holiday weekend when you're going up against the big boys, Churchill Downs, Belmont Park, Gulfstream, Woodbine, to name a few. So, yeah, kudos to our crowds here in Shakopee. The fans were awesome. Last night we saw 8 different jockeys win a race, including your guy, Lindy Wade, who won on Charlie's Penny, and he's a great friend of ours in the press box. And for a guy that maybe was going to step away from the game and has a ton of passion for horse racing, the emotion that he showed after that race, when we had a chance to catch up with him, was pretty spectacular as well.
Yeah, Lindy was our leading rider here a couple of years ago, and then I think he finished third last year. Harry won it by a pole. But, shortly after that, or I'd say a few months after that, 3 or 4, Lindy took a break from racing, and that if God gifted Lindy Wade with anything professionally, it is to ride a racehorse. But for whatever the reason, Lindy stepped away and became an apprentice plumber in Texas and worked that in second to none fashion, and it just didn't work for him. So he came back, started working horses in the morning in Chicago about a month and a half ago, got his cardio going, and you saw him in the winner's circle. He was beaming.
Yes.
It was just beautiful.
Well, and it was a race where he had to really work Charlie's Penny to get the cash in that stakes race, because Clickbait ran a winning race with Cecily for Mac. That horse ran an awesome race on the front end. They went 109-4, and it wasn't until the final 50 yards that you finally could see Charlie's Penny with that class from Churchill Downs kick it in. It was an awesome race. Both our stakes races, even though the favorites won at low odds, mid-stretch, they were spine tinglers, as you like to call them. So opening night could not have gone much better. And now the encore is today. We've got that carryover. We've got almost $70,000 into that late pick 5 carried over. And with full fields, no scratches, they're probably going to put $200,000-300,000 into that pool from all over the place, including our bettors here at Canterbury. So we're probably playing for somewhere around $400,000. So
sir.
Let's get after it.
And it's a 50-cent wager. It begins race 4, like KG said. Use as many or as few in each race as you desire. And if you have the winners of the final 5 races, then you could win tens of thousands of dollars, about the only way to put it. And days like this don't pop up a ton at Canterbury where we have a carryover. So you rolled in on Pepsi Family Day on a really good day to have an opportunity to bet a little and make a lot. The main track's fast, and the turf is firm, people. And we have no scratches in the on the entire card. First race, we're going to start on the turf, and second consecutive day starting on the turf. That's really, really cool. We have 8 of them battling here. Who do you like?
Well, I was torn. The 5, 6, and 7 for me are the prime players in this race, and then it comes down to how the race shapes up. Turf racing, all about the pace, saving ground, energy, all that good stuff. The 5 scares me. The 5 is Summer All Year, who is lone speed in from Tampa, and those races don't exactly have the horse all dressed up. They might not bet this horse, so if you're playing that post-time pick 4 with a 10% takeout, do not leave the 5 off your ticket. I settled in on the 6 in lukewarm fashion. You know, Glendale has all the right credentials. A jockey that's sitting on a win, won a championship here last year, had a rough trip last time, will be flying late. Doesn't look like any type of lock. The 7 is the horse to beat. So I go 6, 7, and 5, but I was really torn in this race.
Yeah, as was I, and I'm glad the pick 5 doesn't begin here. I would have to use too many. I'm going to pick it 7-6-3, and I'm going to take Sarge's Sermon. There's going to be no win bet here to start festivities, but this rider, Daler Barrios Lopez, I'm not familiar, so therefore the riding style is something that will develop for us as we watch races, and whether it's dirt or turf or stuff like that, where you can really rely on certain individuals. But one thing that does resonate with me is Daler Barrios Lopez wins 17% of the time, and that's not bad at all. So I'm going to try to take that new shooter here who just ran a pretty good race, and 2 of the last 3 have been pretty good, so this one's legged up nicely. Second, Glendale, and third, Little Rifle. Second race, once again, no scratches, and here we have 6 battling, and Silent Sailor is the 2-1 morning line favorite. Angela, one of the members of the Steam team last year, later in the season, at a nice price, really tabbed Silent Sailor sweetly. She's going to come back with Wild Time. I know I am on Eye on Dessert. Is that also you?
Yeah, it is. And I think if people want to do a little deep dive, if they're into the handicapping thing, our friend Angela Herman picked out a really cool angle here. Sometimes the chart callers get it wrong, and they had this horse on the lead in his debut, and not the case. So go back and watch the replay if you're able. That debut against Hawthorne was against Open Company. This is a Minnesota bred. This horse was nowhere near the lead. So if you're expecting this horse to pop out of the gate and be on the front end, Angela's research tells me that probably not going to be the case. Still think the horse should win. I mean, this is a horse that faced better competition. It is Joel Burnt. Second start for maidens. This guy's a robust 31% winner. So keep an eye on that, because the running line is fake news, as they like to say. I go 6, 4, and 3. But I think all three of those horses deserve a long look.
Yeah, with this one, and I did not watch replay. I didn't watch the replay of Eye on Dessert in the Hawthorne race, but I pick at 6-4-3. I don't really have a big opinion here because I do like, well, again, what I saw off the running line, that speed and fade pattern, but the 7-5, I ain't going to bet to win on that. But now I got to do a little analyzing on race 2, 6-4-3 in race 2. Third race, we have 7 battling. I'm going to take number 7, Birdie Be Gone. It's trainer Joel Burnt with Constantino Roman riding. And the reason I take that one is I'm kind of settling into a mare I think is going to fit at this level and at least fire and run a good race. May not win, but I think she's going to be honest. And I'm just not completely sure that's the case for some others in this race. The 6 is going to get over bet. I think that's the one to beat. 7-6-3 for me. And Jazon Honey Bella, David Miller, and Lindy. Good luck there for Matson. But what do you think of this? You think it's like few numbers, or you got to spread it out?
I'm going to go with a few here because I think the pace is going to be really legit. I think the 3 horse, Yankee Agate, can fly. Agate can fly. Livia can fly, the 5. And I think your horse, Birdie Be Gone, also has early speed. I think those 3 are going to make this race go early, as they say. And I think the 4 and the 6 are the 2 that you want. If you're going to play that pick 4, I'm going to focus in on those 2 horses because I think they're going to get the right trip off a very, very fast pace up front.
And with my first pick here, it may be a win bet depending on the odds, but Birdie Be Gone I think is going to be a little over bets specifically because of the connections of Lothenbach and Burnt. People just hear them so much. But that last race, you go from $8,500 claimers, you're up to a $44,000 allowance, and you stretch the mare out around 2 turns, and then a disastrous start where it just kind of ran evenly the rest of the way, which I think is cool. So I think Birdie Be Gone at this class level is really, really going to run well today. From a win bet standpoint, I definitely probably would need 5-2 or higher. Let's get on to the 4th race. What do you think of this 4th race here, Mr. Spotty?
I think this is a race where you're going to want to spread. I look at this race as being one of the more open races handicapping on the card. I settle in on the 5 here, Stomping Moon. 8-1 on the morning line, and I'm a big 2-year-old to 3-year-old guy where you look at the 2-year-old numbers and they're decent, but you mark these horses for improvement, especially if the trainer is someone you really trust, like a Mac Robertson. So I go back to last year in September. This horse ran a good second, a 55 Beyer speed figure. That 55 is not going to win this race. You need to run something close to 70. But then you take a look at a 2-year-old blossoming into a 3-year-old. It's Mac Robertson. The workouts are there. The go-to rider, Gallardo, is there. And we get 8-1 in the morning line. They're going to pound the 2, and why not? The 2 is the horse to beat. But I'm going to get Mac Robertson at around 5 or 6-1 with a brand new 3-year-old. Sign me up. I go 5-2, 9-6 in a really cool race.
Like it a lot. 2-6-9 for me. And Crocodile Tears, I did watch that race back, and then the track was incredibly wet at Prairie Meadows. They say muddy, but an SLY there would not have surprised me. And this colt's really fast. I mean, he's really naturally gifted. His first race was fantastic. So if people are singling him, I think a fair amount of people will, on short budget, smaller tickets, will single number 2 and maybe try to beat one of the Macs later or the specific Mac later. And I wouldn't be mad at that, but I think you need to use several because I'm not this pick 5 with a carryover. 70 grand's already in there. There's 70 grand already in the pick 5 pool from losing yesterday. So like Kevin said, you could be going for close to $500,000 on a 50-cent bet, and it begins here. I'm not letting Joel Burnt win at 7-2 with a first-time starter, and I don't have it on the ticket. So that's an immediate. I'm now up to 2. Kevin makes great points about Stomping Moon. So it does look like the angle here. Don't get blown out in the first race because the favorite may win. But if it doesn't, you've eliminated a lot of tickets. 2-6-9. Back to the turf, race number 5. I like number 7, Golden Gopher. Turns out this one is quite steamy.
Yeah, people are all over this horse, and I get it. I mean, Golden Gopher has a great record on the Canterbury turf. 9 starts here, 8 for 9 in the trifecta with 4 wins. And I love what Joel Burnt did here training this horse. The old school 1-mile licks. And we've got 4 1-mile licks, and that's a 1-mile timed workout. We're going back to the 70s here, and I think it's awesome. This horse will be legged up, ready to go. Jermaine Bridgeman, if you're new to Canterbury, He may not win the Jocks title. He likely is the best rider in the turf at this track. Go back and watch last night's first race. This guy rode at Woodbine, one of the toughest tracks in North America. Big fields, big money on their grass. If you can ride there, you can ride here with confidence. He does. He's the horse to beat. But I got a bomb here I like, PA. I like the 2, Mizana. Yeah. Mizana is a horse for the course. I know she's 4 for 44. I know she's 12-1. But she's got race recency at Fauner. I draw a line through those races, but now we've got a foundation of fitness. We've got good workouts, and we've got a really cool post. She did it last year at 6-1. I think she can do it today at around 10-1.
Yeah, and I love this, and I'm going to amplify that. I'm going to put your two angles together and tell you why on my Pick 5 ticket, if I play it, I'm only using 2 in here. I pick it 7-2-6, and I'm only using Golden Gopher and Mizana. Now, Golden Gopher is ridden by Jermaine Bridgemahan. Kevin just laid that out beautifully, and we picked up on that with Jermaine last year on the turf. So I'm using that one, pick that one on top. I think Golden Gopher wins races, and that's just the key. The horse wins, not all the time, but I feel confident that I will get a respectable effort from Golden Gopher. Granted, is the favorite. Secondly, Mizana. All right, now Mizana, she's 7 years old, and she's 4 for 33 on the turf, whatever. You see one win in the last 10. Well, if you notice, when she was at Canterbury running on the turf, when Jermaine Bridgemahan got on her, she won at 6-1 by 2 lengths and change. First time with Jermaine. So I think Mizana has a shot, A, and B, I like Bridgemahan riding that 7. I'm only using 2 of them there. Let's go to race number 6. This one is short on numbers, but long on gifted equine athletes, including number 2, Thunder's Rock and Roll. He she is very, very fast, but if you look her in the eye, many of them have gone right on by. Now, this is going to be the most popular Pick 5 single, with everybody playing for close to $500,000, maybe a little less. So I pick a 2-1-4. She's tough to beat. The trainer has another one in here called Check Cashing Connie, and she ran a really nice one in her debut last year. What do you think?
I completely agree. I think you almost have to find a single if you're going to play a larger ticket, because you want to spread, especially late in the card. I think the last race is near impossible. So I think this horse is loose, and I'm trusting the Oaklawn form. Yeah. The 2 horses to be concerned about are the 1, Amaretto de Amor, who has speed and likely from the rail has to go. And you mentioned it. Max Other Horse is a problem. Checks Cashing Connie is fast out of the gate and could be a pace factor. If the 2 gets loose, she's gone. But to PA's point, if at any point in the race she gets headed, it's lights out, and now the Pick 5 becomes a wide-open affair. I'm going to single her. A lot of you are going to single her. If you get brave and spread here and single somewhere else, well, that's how you can turn maybe a $10,000 or $12,000 payoff into something that's in 6 figures, and I'm being legit. If you can beat this horse and hit the Pick 5, you can hit today for 6 figures. Ooh. This is where the rubber meets the road come Pick 5 time.
And that's why I like Brian Aragoni, all right, our former analyst here. That's what makes Brian so good, in fact, as good as I've ever seen at structuring tickets, because he'll play 2 tickets, and he probably, let's say, would single the 2 on one of them and then use all or maybe 4 of them with the 2 on another. And so therefore you got coverage if you happen to be alive at that stage. And if you get a 5-1 and an 8-1, and then you beat this filly, and you got like 5 or 6 in each of the final 2 races, that's how you win $100,000. And but it does require funds or getting people together and taking chances like that. Kevin and I love the 7th race. Can't speak for Kevin, but I am betting number 2, Channel 1, to win. And this is a 9-year-old who still is going strongly. And we go 5/8 on the turf. 8 of the 11 wins for Channel 1 have come at this distance and on the turf. So the horse is legged up for 2023. Has speed, will need it on the inside. The rider's really good on the turf. I'm hoping I get 4-1 on number 2, Channel 1. I'm going to make a win bet, 2A1.
Yeah, I love turf sprints at Canterbury. If you're new to our track, we run some awesome 5-furlong dashes. These are hard knockers. These are fun races to bet on. I was torn between the 1, 2, and the 7. I think all 3 will likely go off in that same same pocket of 2-1, 5-2, maybe as high as 7-2. I think all three can win. Ray's Angel, the inside horse for Troy Bethke, is so fast and loves this turf course. Channel 1's going to have the versatility of being out there close to the lead but doesn't need the lead. And then the late steamer down the stretch is likely going to be the 7 Optimal Courage. 5 starts on our turf course, 4 wins in a second. Those are the 3 horses. I'm not sure I'm confident enough to make a win bet. If I'm still alive in the pick 5, I will feel confident that it's going to be 2, 1, or 7 that ends up in the winner's circle.
So now, say you've put together a $48 ticket or higher, and you're alive in the pick 5.
Oh, boy.
Well, how many do you use in the last race? Because, at times, playing a pick 5 lazily, I will use too many in the last race just because I'm putting together a ticket and I'm scared.
I'm the opposite. I always pare it down because I start building the ticket and I get to the last race and I'm like, God, if I use 3 or 4 horses, it's going to cost me $300-$400. When I usually play tickets in that $60 to $100 range, so I end up going skinny in the last and just hoping I'm alive. I did it different today because I think this is the best betting race on the card. We sat here last night before the races, picked out a race we thought had the most value, and the horse that won paid $50. Yeah. This is a similar race. I think if you ran race 8, 10 times, you'd get 7 different winners.
Yeah, I love that.
These horses are balanced, so I went 5 deep here, and I'm not even sure I have enough.
Well, do you have the 10? Because, for me, 7, 6, 11. Those are my top 3 picks. 7, 6, 11. Of course, I got 2 Burns. Why wouldn't I? And BL's Concerto as a first-time starter I threw in there simply because I looked at it, and like Larry Donlin, all right, only 16 stars, 25%. We've known Larry forever. Larry can train a horse. Doesn't have as many horses as everybody else. Larry is a quality horseman. And then I looked at the workout pattern, and then a couple of breezes here that popped, granted at Bonner, and I'm like, okay, we'll see what this one is all about. But then I saw a purchase for $1,000, so we got we got a lot of work to do here. But see, like that 11, if that first-time starter where Bridgman can run and wins at 18 to 1, those are the kind of things that trigger carryovers or winning 60, 70, 80 grand. But why I brought up the 10, I don't have it in the top 3. The buyer speed figure was bad. The final time at Tampa was pretty good, and we were relatively close to the lead, but the fade was bad. But this horse absolutely can win at 5, 6, 7 to 1, and it doesn't take a 10, 15, or 20 to send that payoff skyrocketing,
Yeah, I go 5 deep here. I have the race 5, 4, 7, 9, and 10. And I'm going to tell you right now, I go 5 deep, and there are 3 horses I'm petrified of, including the 6 with Lindy for Troy, who comes out of a stakes race where this horse showed speed. The 8 you talked about, that first-time starter. The 11, the first-time starter, both working well. Both look like they could be runners. So I legitimately could go 8 deep here on a ticket and still have no idea who wins the race.
But it would fly in the face of your I'm not using many at the end because I don't want to see my ticket go 48, 96, and then whatever.
Off it goes. So, I've got the 5 on top. That's the most likely winner for me.
Yeah.
But I really think if you're playing that pick 5 today, you really have to spread in the last make your opinion count earlier. Even if you try to beat that big favorite in race 6, make sure you have a handful of horses for that last leg. That's my only real strong opinion on the pick 5 is you want options late. Yeah. I think that last race could be anybody. It's wide open.
And in closing, when I said Kevin's ticket multiplies, it goes 48, 96, and then I thought, and I stopped there. I like my man's giggle because he's like, look at Paul, he can't get to 96 plus 48. Quick twitch. I couldn't. And he
Buck 44, you got it.
Thank you. Well, I've seen 144 go minus enough. I should have had it like that. All right, have fun today. Walk around the park. We have great food options. Bo Diddley's inside. Bo Diddley's with wonderful sandwiches. Give them a try. We have Dave's Faves. The green sheet doesn't cost much, and he spits winners on a daily basis. So go say hello to Dave Hanlon. And thank you very much for joining us at Canterbury. We run tomorrow, Memorial Day, holiday racing at 1. Then we're back at it the next Saturday for live racing. And next Friday, the band Night Ranger is performing at Canterbury. If you're interested, CanterburyPark.com for tickets. For our TV department and to Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Thanks for watching.
All right, fans, pick 4 time here at Canterbury. Here's my ticket. It's a $40 ticket in the first race. I'm going to use the 1, 5, 6, and 7. If you want to cut that ticket's cost down in half, I could see just using the 6 and 7, but I wanted to throw some value in there, so I had the 1 and the 5. Race 2, just 2 horses for me. Wild Time, Angela's horse, and the 6, Ion Dessert. I think Ion Dessert, facing Open Company, has the edge in that race. Third race, just the 4 and the 6. 4 is Honey Bella. 6 is Ribbons in Her Hair. They're both going to be charging late. I believe the pace will be fast, and I had to spread in race 4. I think it's a wide open race. 2, 5, 6, 7, and 9. 5 horses, my top pick in the race, Stomping Moon at 8-1. $40 ticket, 1, 5, 6, 7 with 3, 6 with 4, 6 with 2, 5, 6, 7, 9. It's the post time pick 4. 10% takeout as we get that appetite wet for the pick 5, which starts in race 4 with a carryover just short of $70,000. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the big screen in the infield or television monitors. This year at Canterbury Park, we have lost 5 members of our family, and we would like to celebrate their memories now. They include outrider Steve Knoll, Pastor Ed Underwood, Canterbury rider Alex Kenchari, trainer Todd Shear, trainer Charlie Smith, and owner of SEJ Stables, Kurt Johnson. All of us at Canterbury send our deepest sympathies to the families and friends of those we have lost. May they rest in peace. The horses are approaching the starting gate. They are arriving on the firm turf course. Racing at Canterbury has provided in part some key season-long partners. They include Loeffler, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Michelob Ultra, and Pepsi, provider of Pepsi Family Day. We also would like to welcome those here with Caleb Beeler's graduation party. And a couple of elite hockey minds have joined us today. We welcome Luke and Nate Prosser. They've reached the gate for the first. Happy Sunday. It is now post time. The sounds of the gate as they move in for the first. According to dear friend James O of Elite Edge, the best gate sound in racing is taking place now. And they're racing. Sunday was off spectacularly for all 8, and 3 set sail for the early lead, with Little Red Rifle flashing speed between them. Rider as the blue helmet cover gets down to the inside and is vying for contention early with Unique Path, and that 8 has passed the 3. Right behind them, we have Glendale to the outside of a rank 2 Vlock. A Vlock's a handful right now, about 4 lengths from the front, and joined by Sarge's Sermon to the outside. And now LAV, Luis Valenzuela, attempting to get Vlock to settle down, gets that one to the outside, and the situation seems to be improving. 2.5, 3 lengths after that, Tour of the World, and the one in last is the Swayze Express, and this Express of 8 to begin a beautiful Sunday in Shakopee heads off the far turn. Unique Path is 20-1. Last night we had upsets all over the card, and this one, Unique Path, still leads it by a neck. Challenge to the outside by Summer All Year. Sarge's Sermon is beginning to preach on the 3 wide side. After that, Little Red Rifle needs to fire better to the inside of Glendale, and they head for home on the Canterbury Park turf course. Here comes Sarge's Sermon, and the Sarge is laying down the law. Behind that one, you have Little Red Rifle. Inside of that is Summer All Year. They're driving down to the wire. It is Sarge's Sermon. Sarge's Sermon. Amen. Number 7, Sarge's Sermon, ran first. Photography required for the other placings. 130.62, the final time. Claim. 7356. We had a claim in the first at CBY, a $10,000 claim. The 4th place finisher, Glendale, was claimed by trainer Matt Williams. Team Williams wins a 2-way shake for Glendale, and the new owners, James T. Williams and Kirk Stark. The first at Canterbury provided by Loeffler, from assessment to strategy and design, including implementation and beyond. Loeffler, works to exceed expectations. The first race is official. Race number 2 at Canterbury, about 24 minutes from now, and we have no scratches or rider changes. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget today with race number 4, we have a 50-cent pick 5 wager. You pick the winners of the final 5 races of the card. The bet begins at 50 cents. And you play into a pool that already has $70,000 in it via a carryover. That begins with race 4. We have a bevy of new riders at Canterbury this spring-summer, including Daler Barrios Lopez. Welcome to the winner's circle aboard Sarge's Sermon. This one is owned by Benny Woolley Jr. and Steve Herwig. The winning trainer, Benny Woolley Jr. Racing. Sunday was off spectacularly for all 8, and 3 set sail for the early lead, with Little Red Rifle flashing speed between them right as the blue helmet cover gets down to the inside and is vying for contention early with Unique Path, and that 8 has passed the 3. Right behind them, we have Glendale to the outside of a rank 2 Vlock. Vlock's a handful right now, about 4 lengths from the front, and joined by Sarge's Sermon to the outside. And now LAV, Luis Valenzuela, attempting to get Vlock to settle down, gets that one to the outside, and the situation seems to be improving. 2.5, 3 lengths after that, Tour of the World, and the one in last is the Swayze Express, and this Express of 8 to begin a beautiful Sunday in Shakopee heads off the far turn. Unique Path is 20-1. Last night we had upsets all over the card, and this one, Unique Path, still leads it by a neck. Challenged to the outside by Summer All Year. Sarge's Sermon is beginning to preach on the 3 wide side. After that, Little Red Rifle needs to fire better to the inside of Glendale, and they head for home on the Canterbury Park turf course. Here comes Sarge's Sermon, and the Sarge is laying down the law. Behind that one, you have Little Red Rifle. Inside of that is Summer All Year. They're driving down to the wire. It is Sarge's Sermon. Sarge's Sermon. Amen.
Sunday starts with Sarge's Sermon at 5-2, sitting off the pace and stampeding down that Canterbury turf stretch. Boy, the turf course in good form. It looks beautiful. All that rain we had earlier this spring is paying off, and we're into summer now. The weather feels like it, and the racetrack certainly looks like it. Race 4 starts that pick 5. Don't forget about the pick 5 with a carryover just short of $70,000. Tough sequence today on the pick 5. You're going to have to spread. You're going to have to spend some money if you're going to hit. And the guy that just walked behind me, Mac Robertson, might hold the key to some pick 5 tickets with race 6. He's got that favorite, the 2. Some people going to single there. Others, like Brian Aragoni, going to spread there. The Sharpies might try to beat that horse, who likely will be even money or less. Let's take a look at race number 2. These are Minnesota-bred maidens. When you hear the word maiden, they're looking for their first career victory. Claiming tag 15,000, distance 5.5, and we'll start with number 1, Passing Time. The Cajun Murray gets the call here for Tanner Tracy. Couple of starts in Chicago, didn't show much, maybe a touch of speed. That was against Open Company. Now we're back in with our friends, back in with Minnesota breds. I expect this horse to show a little gas from the inside, and 8-1. Number 2 is Burn Boss. Derby Glass gets the call. The blinkers come off for Caitlin Betford. Hasn't been seen since September. A couple of drills to get ready for this one. You know, not much to go on. The horse looks good down here in the paddock. Caitlin has this horse physically looking beautiful. We'll see if the horse can run to those looks this afternoon. Number 3 is Angela's Selection. She looks to sweep the early double with Wild Time. Harry Hernandez for Mac Robertson. The connections are as good as it gets. Dappled out, good-looking youngster here. One career start and looked like a career debut, right? The horse, you could see, had some talent, took some money at the window, made a middle race move, and then fizzled. But now we're all up to 3-year-old. It's a big change from 2-year-old to 3-year-old. You get Mac Robertson, probably going to get the most out of a horse in the offseason. And, oh, boy, Harry Hernandez getting on probably doesn't help either. We've got a double handler down here in the paddock. That's also kind of fun, too. Number 4, Silent Sailor. Zeke Laura gets the call for Mikey Beeler, second off the bench. Didn't show much at Will Rogers, but did show some real talent here. If you look at those races last summer, has the most race experience. The most likely winner on paper is this horse, no doubt about it. And the fans are right now getting a fair price, too, 3-1 on Silent Sailor. 5 is Jamaica Mistaka. Eduardo Gallardo gets the call for Georgie Smith in from Fonner. Looks like a horse that's probably going to come from off the pace. We'll see if the pace comes back to the 5, who is 6-1. I'm going to try the 6, Ion Dessert. This is a Joel Burnt angle for me. Open Company at Chicago. Now, the running line has been exposed as fraudulent. This horse was not on the lead last time. So if they pop the gate open and this horse is off the pace, don't panic. The horse did run third, was facing Open Company, back with Minnesota breds, Joel Burnt. Lots of good angles there. I think this horse will have a chance to get career win number 1 right here. Kind of wide open. Look at the betting board. They're spreading that money top to bottom. That will be the theme throughout this card today. Very, very competitive races. It makes for great wagering opportunities. Want to wish happy birthday to Wendy Peterson. Wendy Peterson's out here celebrating that birthday. Good for her. That's outstanding. And we want to thank First Bet. Get on that app, guys. If you don't like the lines, First Bet app, easy to deposit, easy to withdraw. First Bet, don't leave home without it. Right now, down the bridle path they go. Soon the bugler and the call to the post. It's race number 2 coming up, coming at you next.
announcer Paul Allen, and it's truly obvious over the 28 years of racing at Canterbury, or even before that with Canterbury Downs, we have had many worthy of Lifetime Achievement Awards, and we are going to crown another today with the Sampson MNHBPA, Horsemen's Benevolent Protective Association Lifetime Achievement Award, and it's a small select list of recipients: Kurt and Randy Sampson, Dr. Richard Bowman, and Pastor Ed Underwood. Today, Hall of Fame trainer Burnell Roan is added to this premier list. Now, Burnell was at Canterbury when it first opened as the Downs in '85. In fact, he was the first in line with his trailer of horses when the stable gate opened for the very first time. And during this time of his training career, Burnell, in fact, would gallop his own horses. Burnell has won hundreds of races at Canterbury and was the all-time leading trainer for years. Likely his greatest single-day accomplishment was one time 7 races on the card, 6 of them that won were trained by Burnell Roan. But his litany of accomplishments on the track is only part of Burnell's racing story. He has been a tireless representative for all horse persons at Canterbury, and he's been vice president of the Minnesota HBPA for a decade. Burnell has that special quality of being able to understand and communicate to the various stakeholders in Minnesota, from track management to racing officials to owners to the media. His perspective and guidance have been indispensable to the success of Minnesota racing. For this and so much more, ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely pleased to present Burnell Roan with the Sampson Lifetime Achievement Award. Friends and family members have assembled in the winner's enclosure, and we thank you very much for coming to Canterbury today. And once again, because he's racing immortality here, ladies and gentlemen, one of our favorites, a round of applause for Burnell Roan. Give it up for Bernie. Done it the right way for a long time. Thank you, and best of luck on race 2. Number 3, Wild Time, is loose. Ladies and gentlemen, number 3, Wild Time, has been scratched. Scratch number 3, Wild Time. Refunds are available right now if you had wagers on number 3, Wild Time. We're going to hold this race up for a little bit so you can adjust your wagers if needed, because right now you have refunds for number 3 on Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers. There will be a consolation double from the winner of race 1 paid to number 3, Wild Time. If you use number 3, Wild Time, to start a double wager in race 2, there's a refund for that also. Pick 3 and 4 wagers, including number 3, Wild Time, will shift to the starting favorite of race number 2. So number 3, Wild Time, is a late scratch. There is no Superfecta wagering in race 2. Refunds on all Superfecta wagers are available right now. So head to the windows and rewager on race 2 if needed. They're at the starting gate, and it is now post time. Second race at Canterbury on a beautiful Sunday, second day of the 2023 season. Big Pick 5 carryover of $70,000 with race 4. It's only a 50-cent wager. This will be one of the better days of the season to play it. Meanwhile, race number 2, Eye on Dessert, is 4 to 5 and favored, followed closely by Silent Sailor number 4. Here is Burn Boss and jockey Derby Glass. Eye on Dessert and Carlos Ulloa, a new shooter at Canterbury who won last night, the last in. And they're racing. Number 2, Burn Boss, stumbled shortly after the break, Passing Time has passed them all out of the gate. Passing Time at 9-1 leads it by half. In second, Jamaica Mistaka, now seeded by Eye on Dessert, picking it up to the outside. And we have 3 astern into the far turn. After that, Silent Sailor is beginning to close in rather loudly. And Burn Boss is back in last. The quintet is covered by 8, and it's around about the quarter pole as they head for home and are set to come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Erica Murray here from Cajun Country looking to snag her first Canterbury Park victory. Passing Time has not been passed. After that, Eye on Dessert. Between them is Silent Sailor. It is Passing Time. Outside of that, Eye on Dessert. Spine Tingler on a Sunday. Bookenders. Eye on Dessert. Tastes pretty good at the wire. It's 6-1-4 in race 2. And the second race is official, 6-1-4-2. Eye on Dessert was the off favorite, so those of you with wild time in the pick 4, the 10% pick 4, and or pick 3, you did receive the winner, Eye on Dessert. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Eye on Dessert and Carlos Uloa. Eye on Dessert is owned by Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables. And the winning trainer, Joel Byrne. Eye on Dessert is a 3-year-old chestnut son of Eye of the Leopard out of Demi Parfait. Bred in Minnesota. The third race is 20 minutes from now. Bet more, win more, and welcome to Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Number 2, Burn Boss, stumbled shortly after the break. Passing Time has passed them all out of the gate. Passing Time at 9-1 leads it by half. In second, Jamaica Mistaka, now seeded by Eye on Dessert, picking it up to the outside. And we have 3 astern into the far turn. After that, Silent Sailor is beginning to close in rather loudly. And Burn Boss is back in last. The quintet is covered by 8, and it's around about the quarter pole as they head for home and are set to come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Erica Murray here from Cajun Country looking to snag her first Canterbury Park victory. Passing Time has not been passed. After that, Eye on Dessert. Between them is Silent Sailor. It is Passing Time. Outside of that, Eye on Dessert. Spine Tingler on a Sunday. Bookenders. Eye on Dessert. Tastes pretty good at the wire. It's 6-1-4 in race 2. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are by a wagering terminal, please stay by it. We have a brief track-wide power outage, so please stand by the terminals if you had made wagers, and we expect it to be rectified shortly.
We're back in the paddock for race number 3. The Victoria's Trader just walked by. We were just having a joke, and now we will go back to the dirt course and go 6 furlongs once again in race number 3. Remember, that pick 5 starts in race number 4, almost $70,000 in the carryover. That's coming up in the next race. For this one, there's other betting options. They include dollar pick 3s, daily doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers. We have 7 fillies and mares, a nice bunch of 7 too. They'll go off in about 11 minutes, and right now they are led by an 8 or 9 to 1 shot named Rabbit 22. This is a speedster coming up from Nebraska. She is going to make her 5th start over this local track. 4 thus far haven't gone so well, but she is in some of the best form of her life, and she has shown again more speed to use that rail draw. I would expect her to be involved with things from the start, and Alonzo Quinones certainly would appreciate getting to the front, I'm sure. Larimar right next door doesn't break that quick usually, so should afford a chance to get out and at least get involved in the pace, if not lead the way outright. That aforementioned Larimar did break well last time, but typically comes from just a touch off the pace. Now, she did run into a very tough filly named Miss Check twice in a row, and can't hold that against her, but this isn't that much of an easier spot, and right now both of those inside entities are 9 to 1. You get 10 to 1 on the filly to their outside, Yankee Agate. This is more speed than this one comes up from Florida. Little different brand, and she had run 7 furlongs previously, 6.5, 6. They've tried lots of different distances with her, but she managed to get that maiden win 3 back at the beginning of March, and she did so very impressively, draw off by over 6 lengths that day at odds on. Yankee Agate hasn't put together that kind of performance since, but she has been facing very tough sorts of foes like the one she's going to see today, so at least you know that she can get out there and get involved in the pace, and that's kind of what you need on this track most of the time. Honey Bella can stay close. She can come from off it. This is a versatile 4-year-old who's going to make her first start of this campaign. She's a Minnesota bred taking on Open Company, but Honey Bella has worked very well in preparation for this seasonal debut, and she owns one of the best local records here, with both of her lifetime wins coming over the main track and one-turn races, even though she can go 2, seem to be her preference at this point and make a very good jumping off point for her 4-year-old campaign. The speedy Princess Livia next door is 4 to 1 at the moment. She is going to return to the site of just one of her 6 lifetime wins. She has got a lot of pieces to go with those, and she is very, very quick, but sometimes this filly is not the best gate horse. You'll know what you're going to get with her pretty early on. She is very speedy, and she will keep things at least honest up front, if not very, very hot. The horse to her outside would love if she went up and showed that speed along with some of the other main pace contenders in here. That's Ribbons in Her Hair. This is one of the 3-year-olds taking on older fillies, but she certainly earned the right to do so with the set of races that she put together all the way from Delaware to Oaklawn Park this year. She was closing in at the end of that last race at 16 to 1. That was against $100,000 types, and yes, they were 3-year-olds, but those races can get very contentious down at Oaklawn Park, and she deserves credit for getting her maiden out of the way right away at first asking. Not the easiest task to do, and she makes a nice appearance down here in the paddock. Lots of things to like about your current 2 to 1 favorite. 5 to 1 is the price on the horse just to her outside. I believe Paul likes Birdie Be Gone today, and Birdie Be Gone looks to put wins back to back for Joel Burnt and Bob Lothenbach. She gets the outside running to use her speed too. That seems to be how she wants to go, and I'm not sure that she's going to be able to get clear of anyone, and that'll be the question for Birdie Be Gone. But she looked nice down here too, and that's often a big indicator with her. She is carrying her flush very well and is at a very square 5-1. There's the board of selections for the third. 8 minutes to post now. They head out to the track, and coming up soon, the pick 5.
That is our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert, and he brings the runners onto the track for the second day of the 28th season of racing at Canterbury Park.
All right, fans, up in the press box now. Time for our power play of the day. Kevin Gorg with you, and we love the power play. We're looking to shoot and score, make you some money. We try to pick out key races with some value, and for me, the best valued race of the day today is the Lucky Last. Race number 8. I like the 5 Undertow. Let's take a look at the past performances. What we'll see is now a new 3-year-old that debuted back at Canterbury last August as a youngster, as a 2-year-old for a good trainer in Joel Byrne. I wanted to see a hint of some talent. Had a terrible post 8 out of 9, didn't break alertly, and then was stuck wide, kind of facing those horses in front with the kickback. Went to Chicago against Open Company, has progressively got better, as you saw into the fall. Last raced in November. We get the steady workouts. We get Harry Hernandez. And let's take a look at that debut. And as this horse gets out of the gate, it's going to be a horse wearing saddlecloth number 10 in the familiar silks out there, the Lothenbach blue. And again, didn't break terribly, but now we're wide and we're dealing with the kickback from these horses up here. And the horse, a little bit erratic early, gets better as the race goes on. And by the time they get to the far turn, this horse has shown some ability, now some speed, and is into the race and looked like a horse that was just trying to figure things out. In horse racing, we call it green. This horse was very green on debut. But next time out in Chicago, much more alert, on the pace. In fact, dueled through a 22.13 opening quarter mile the last time we saw this horse. I love the 2-year-old to 3-year-old angle. I love the square 4-1. It's Joel Burnt, his go-to guy in the saddle. I think Harry Hernandez can get out to that lead and take him all the way for the power play today.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the winner's enclosure, and thanks to Culver's, these are the Culver's Kids of the Day. We do this every family day, each and every Sunday, and they receive free kids' meals from Culver's in Shakopee. The runners are arriving at the gate, and it's post time. Post time for the third at Canterbury. The race is sponsored by Busch Light, and we also thank Ashley Furniture. Guaranteed lowest prices on your favorite furniture and mattress brands. So here they go into the gate for the third of 8 at Canterbury Park. The 50-cent pick 5 with a 10% takeout. A 10% rake begins with race 4 and a fat carryover of $70,000. But first, Ribbons in Her Hair at 2-1 has gone in. And now, Birdie Be Gone, wearing Bob's colors. Yankee Agate. Agate looking for the front page. And the gray mare, Birdie Be Gone. And they're racing on a Sunday. It's the third. It's CBY. Honeybella first out of the gate. Honeybella right to the lead. And it's Honeybella leading it nearly 1. Princess Olivia is next. That's the 5. Then on the inside is Larimore. Now the gray mare, Birdie Be Gone, begins to advance a length and a half from the lead. That's the one on the 3 wide side. Behind that, Yankee Agate at a fat price between horses. And to the inside of Ribbons in Her Hair. And then last is Rabbit 22. About 8-9 from front to back, and now a 2-prong speed battle as Honeybella is asked for more run and joined and passed by Princess Olivia. Behind them is Birdie Be Gone, shoved on very hard by Roman. Then it's Larimer, a mile clear from the next 2, led by Yankee Agate, and they head for home. Princess Olivia, this one is 3.5 to 1. Princess Olivia, the one to catch. Princess Olivia, the one to beat. The one with the pretty white face to the inside. Honeybella is fighting bravely and angling to the outside. The Princess is waiting around for everybody, but doing so with a 2-length lead, and Princess Olivia rules over race 3. Number 5, Princess Olivia ran first. Second, 4, Honeybella. And a photo for the show. 110.68 the final time. We had a claim in race number 3. Stand by. The numbers 5, 4, 2, and 7. The winner, number 5, Princess Olivia, was claimed for $16,000. The new trainer, Tony Rengstorff, for Rocket Wrench Racing. The third race is official. 24.30 for the exacta, 79.25 for the 50-cent trifecta. That's the top 3 finishers in a given race, 5, 4, 2. In this case, The 50-cent 542 paid $79. Now to the fourth race, and this one begins the Canterbury Park Pick 5 with a 10% takeout. We have 69,683 already in the pool via the carryover. And in race number 4, no scratches, no rider changes. With the Pick 5, it's a 50-cent wager. Pick the winners of the final 5 races and hit the Pick 5. It begins 23 minutes from now. Here comes Princess Livia and Adamar Santos. The winning trainer, Tim Padilla, and the winning owner, real estate mogul Larry Cronin. And they're racing on a Sunday. It's the third. It's CBY. Honeybella first out of the gate. Honeybella right to the lead. And it's Honeybella leading it nearly 1. Princess Olivia is next. That's the 5. Then on the inside is Larimore. Now the gray mare, Birdie Be Gone, begins to advance a length and a half from the lead. That's the one on the 3 wide side. Behind that, Yankee Agate at a fat price between horses and to the inside of Ribbons in Her Hair. And then last is Rabbit 22. About 8-9 from front to back, and now a 2-prong speed battle as Honeybella is asked for more run and joined and passed by Princess Olivia. Behind them is Birdie Be Gone, shoved on very hard by Roman. Then it's Larimer, a mile clear from the next 2, led by Yankee Agate, and they head for home. Princess Livia, this one is 3.5 to 1. Princess Livia, the one to catch. Princess Livia, the one to beat. The one with the pretty white face to the inside, Honeybella, is fighting bravely and angling to the outside. The Princess is waiting around for everybody, but doing so with a 2-length lead, and Princess Olivia rules over race 3.
we will conclude the post time pick 4 and start the pick 5 coming up in this 4th race. These are maidens. They go 6 furlongs in here, and we have 9 going to post. Just a couple of owner changes to speak of. One of those is on the first horse coming out here. Lacey DeShazo is trainer and also should be listed as the owner of West Bay. West Bay ran 3 times here, or 3 times last year. 2 of them were here. Did show speed, but they're taking the blinkers off today. Maybe this horse will employ a different tactic and get a different result out of that. Lots of changes in play for West Bay, and right now you get him at 23-1. Crocodile Tears is making start number 2. Crocodile Tears is trained by Wade Rarick. Started out at Prairie Meadows. They brought him up from Turf Paradise off a nice speedy string of works, and he showed that pace right away at first asking. They're 6 for 28 second out in this barn, 4 for 10 if they did hit the board in the last. A lot going for Crocodile Tears, and that speed should only help things. He did stretch to move with the winner at the end of things. Just got outfinished, but a very good debut, and he's the favorite for a lot of reasons, and right now he is 2-1 to be precise. Alcazaba is 15-1. We've seen him in the past too. He ran third the only time he touched this main track. It was a well-beaten third though. He was 6 lengths in the rears of Rhythm Nick that day and Coffee Caliente. Got beat by 2 quick horses, so doesn't lose much in defeat on that, but Alcazaba is yet to really find what he specializes at. His first sprint of the year at Turf Paradise was good second, but it was from a little off the pace, and I would expect him to maybe even fall further behind today. Water to Wine is owned by Jeff Sheets. This is going to be his second start. That first one was a 6th place finish at Oaklawn Park. Got a lot of dirt in his face, but he did stay in the race. This one could provide some value on the board. And right now he is 11-1, taking a touch of money, but Water to Wine does maybe need to keep himself a touch closer into the race early. Either way, he's still probably got a lot out of that debut and could show a little bit more now that he does take that step forward into number 2. Stomping Moon was here last year as a 2-year-old. I thought this horse might want a little bit more ground. They're going to start him out at 1 turn like they did last year, but Stomping Moon is a big, solidly built horse, and I just thought that maybe he would want more in the future. He is now 3. Maybe he's taken a step forward from 2 to 3, but we find out, and 7-1 is the price you get if you think so. My top choice was a firster, Lolo's Laughter. He tries to pick up another win for his connections today. Constantino Roman will be in the saddle, and this 4-year-old is going to start out at a maiden special weight. They're 2 for 2 doing such a thing. Birdie Machine, who we just saw in the last and caught his eye, both won at first asking. This one's only sibling to win, won by 11 first out, and his dam Lulu Laura also won first out. Some things to like, and he's not a small horse, so I can see why it would take a while to get him to the races. His work partner is going to be in for a tag later this weekend too, so maybe they think a bit more of Lolo's Laughter. Tap That Dial, that is making start number 8 for Cody Rosine. He fell back early under a little bit of ask. He closed in at the end of that last race, but it wasn't really a threatening fourth, and he was behind Crocodile Tears in the process. Some improving to do, but you do get 5-1 on him. 14-1 on Moon Connection, the horse just to his outside. Comes up from maiden special weights at Oaklawn, and that is not an easy task for anybody. This is one of the 3-year-olds in here. He does have to turn the tables on the horse to his outside, Briartown, but you're going to get a good price if you're going to take that chance. 14-1, the number on Moon Connection. Briartown, fine. He was second best to a 9-5 winner last out. He has put a couple of seconds together in a row, and he was claimed out of that one on April 23rd. Maidens with Richard and Harry Hernandez, they're 4 for 8, and the other 4 ran third. All of the winners were 7-2 and below, so a good sign that he is 3-1. This field of maidens kicks off that pick 5, and that pool should grow by the second. There was almost $70,000 to start out in the carryover. That's the grid of selections. You have 8 minutes to make tickets yourself. Good luck.
The runners are walking onto the track for Canterbury Park's 4th race. This begins our 50-cent pick 5. And into today, 69,683 already in the pool via the carryover. The fourth race is provided by Maker's Mark. We also thank Busch Light, a proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury. Busch Light wants to be your new drinking buddy.
All right, it's time, folks. The pick 5 is here with that carryover of just short of $70,000. When you see that number on the television monitors, that's the new money bet in. You can add that $70,000 well into the six figures by post time. It's continuing to rise, and here is the ticket I have constructed for this afternoon. It's a $75 ticket. You can adjust it any way you like, but this is the way I see the races today. I think you have to spread here in race 4. I respect the 2. 2 is the most likely winner here. So if you want to pare down and just use the 2 and maybe one other horse you like, I get it. But I really like the 5 here a lot. So I use the 2, 5, 6, 7, and 9. It's a maiden race. I think there could be some chaos. I want some coverage in leg 1. Leg 2, tonight I'm going to be a little bullish. I've got the favorite, the 7, Golden Gopher, and my top pick, the 2, Mizana, who's 12-1 morning line. Just the 2 and the 7. I need to be right in leg 2. And as we talked about in our Today at the Races show with Paul Allen, the rubber meets the road in race 6. You have to make a decision. Like a majority of the people, are you going to single Thunder's Rock and Roll the 2, Harry Hernandez for Mac Robertson, or are you going to spread there and try to get crafty and really intensify what your payoffs could be? I can't beat the horse. I'm singling the 2 in race 6. In Mac, we trust. Race 7, I really like the 3 horses I have here. I think it's one of those 3, 1, 2, or 7. I've got speed, I've got stalking, I've got closing ability, I've got the pace of the race covered. I think one of those 3 legitimately wins. I think you can use as many as you can afford in the last leg. I think race 8 is the best betting race on the card. I think you need to go deep there. I'm using 4, 5, 7, 9, and 10. The 5 is my top pick and my power play, but I do think that race has the potential for some real upset. $75 ticket right there is my pick 5. Modify my ticket, do your own, but you do not want to miss this great opportunity, a chance for a six-figure score. Betting the pick 5 with the lowest takeout in the industry here at Canterbury, 10%. Good luck.
As we creep ever closer to pick 5 time, it's time for a little Minnesota trivia. Kind of ironic that we have a member here today that is not from Minnesota. Tell us a little bit more about yourself and why you want to answer a question about Minnesota.
Well, Minnesota's a great state, I can't lie. I live right over the border, but let's see if I can get this.
Well, we'll see if we can get you back here for Seltzer Fest. That is the prize on the line if you can answer a trivia question about Minnesota. We'll see how many times you've come over here and won. We'll see if you can win again. Turn around and look at the board with me, and we are going to give you a few answers to this question. What animal is shown on the Minnesota state flag? A horse, an eagle, or a beaver?
I'm gonna say beaver.
What is the answer, TV? It is a horse. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I mean, tried to maybe give you an underhand toss, but that's okay. Now, did you make a pick 5 ticket, and is there a horse that you like in this upcoming 4th race?
You know, there is a horse that I like. I'm gonna go with horse number 2.
Okay, well, we'll see if you can win with that. Come back and join us for Seltzer Fest if you can. If you want to try to take your hand at a Minnesota trivia question, come on down here to the Winner's Circle. It's a lot of fun, and we hope that maybe we can give you a t-shirt as a consolation prize. Good luck the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this.
Good luck, everybody, in the Pick 5. You got very little time left to get those tickets in.
And the horses are at the starting gate, and it is now post time to begin the Canterbury Park Pick 5. 10% takeout. The Sharps know that's antithetically low to a majority of the business. Those of you locally, Canterbury's rake on this individual wager, just 10%. Great, great value day to play our Pick 5 with that $70,000 carryover. They move into the gate. Here is Water to Wine, 17-1. Crocodile Tears is 9-5. Briartown looking for that elite edge here in race 4. And they're racing, and the Pick 5 began beautifully. They broken a line. Crocodile Tears very fast to the inside. Likewise for Stomping Moon, they have speed. Outside of that, Moon Connection. Rider has the pink helmet cover just to the outside of Lolo's Laughter. The firster has speed, and with a half mile to go, we have 4 abreast. Behind them is the Irish Alakazaba. That one's to the inside of that gray. Tap that dial behind them. Briartown advancing, but in a very, very tricky spot. And 7 of the 9 are separated by 3 lengths and are a mile clear from West Bay, along with Water to Wine. And now they come up to the top of the stretch, taking a narrow lead. Lolo's Laughter inside. Crocodile Tears needs to give more. Stomping Wine between them. Outside of that, Moon Connection. Briartown needs to do a lot more. Alakazaba running on decently. Up goes Moon Connection. 22-1. Moon Connection trying to start the Pick 5 with the carryover with an upset. Lolo's laughter resurgent to the inside. Moon Connection. Yes, at 22-1. Photo finish to begin the pick 5. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 8. Moon Connection at 22-1. 8, 6, 2, 5. The pick 5 pool, that is, as you can see on TV monitors or the big screen, just shy of $500,000. 479, 818 in the pick 5 pool. And the pick 5 with that big pool begins a bit salty for some, with a 22-1 prevailing. Fourth race official. Moon Connection paid $47.40 for a $2 win wager. That first pick 4 today paid $501.25. Exacta 8-6, 192. 50-cent trifecta, 427.10. To the fifth race, back to the firm turf course with that rail 30 feet out. And in the fifth race, beginning our second pick 4 today, the last one paid $500 for 50 cents. This 50-cent pick 4 starts with number 2, Mizana, now being ridden by Constantino Roman. Turf time, about 22 minutes from now. Race 5 at Canterbury is sponsored by Pepsi. That's the official soft drink provider each and every Sunday at Canterbury Park. It's the provider each and every day, but gives us Family Day every single Sunday. We also thank Archkey, Atomic, Choice, and Culver's for 2023 sponsorship. up to the winner's enclosure, Moon Connection. And Canterbury Park Salt of the Earth, he is Lindy Wade. Moon Connection is owned by Joy Gora and Tailored for Gold Stables. And the winning trainer of this upsetter, Nevada Litvin. Final time, 111.42. In race 4. And they're racing, and the pick 5 began beautifully. They broke in a line. Crocodile Tears very fast to the inside. Likewise for Stomping Moon, they have speed. Outside of that, Moon Connection. Rider has the pink helmet cover just to the outside of Lolo's Laughter. The firster has speed, and with a half mile to go, we have 4 abreast. Behind them is the Irish Alakazaba. That one's to the inside of that gray. Tap that dial behind them. Briartown advancing, but in a very, very tricky spot. And 7 of the 9 are separated by 3 lengths and are a mile clear from West Bay, along with Water to Wine. And now they come up to the top of the stretch, taking a narrow lead. Lolo's Laughter inside. Crocodile Tears needs to give more. Stomping Wine between them. Outside of that, Moon Connection. Briartown needs to do a lot more. Alakazaba running on decently. Up goes Moon Connection. 22 to 1. Moon Connection trying to start the pick 5 with that carryover with an upset. Lolo's Laughter resurgent to the inside. Moon Connection, yes, at 22 to 1. Sarge's Sermon, and the Sarge is laying down the law. Behind that one, you have Little Red Rifle. Inside of that is Summer All Year. They're driving down to the wire. It is Sarge's Sermon. Sarge's Sermon. Amen. Past. After that, Eye on Dessert. Between them is Silent Sailor. It is passing time. Outside of that, Eye on Dessert. Spine Tingler on a Sunday. Bookenders. Eye on Dessert. Tastes pretty good at the wire. It's 6-1-4 in race 2. Princess is waiting around for everybody, but doing so with a 2-length lead, and Princess Olivia rules over race 3. On decently. Up goes Moon Connection, 22-1. Moon Connection trying to start the pick 5 with that carryover with an upset. Lolo's Laughter resurgent to the inside. Moon Connection, yes, at 22-1.
Well, the pick 5 starts with a giant upset, and many, many tickets, like all of us in the press box, die on the vine with Nevada Litfin going boom at 22-1 with the Oaklawn Park shipper. We sail on now to the late pick 4, and we have a great turf race for you here in race 7. Let's take a look at the field starting from the inside out. A long shot to the inside called Curious Ingy. She's trained by Silva. She's ridden by Lopez, and turf racing so different than dirt racing, especially here at Canterbury, where speed dominates on the main track. More positioning and saving energy valuable in the turf. Good looking horse, braided mane in play, Steve Asmussen style. And this horse has a touch of early lick, which means this horse should be in good position, saving that ground. And if Lopez can get the right trip, she is capable on her best day, and she's 16-1. My top pick in the race is going to be the 2 horse. I'm going to try Mizana. Make the jockey Constantino Roman for Nancy Sheehan. The trainer takes the blinkers off. Now, the current form in Nebraska is nothing to write home about, but that was on the dirt. We're back on the turf. The last time she ran at this level was here at Canterbury, and she got the money. So I think she's got upset potential, and she's 11-1. The 3 horse makes quite the impression down here in the paddock. This is She's a Big Star. Lindy Wade looks to go back to back. Now, we have no turf form to go on. One career start didn't show anything in that race, but she's a proven winner. She's won 6 of 27 starts, and I'm telling you, she looks gorgeous down here in the walking ring. Was not on my radar when I handicapped the races on paper, but now because of the way this 3 horse looks, I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board and mix her into my trifecta and superfecta plans. Number 4 is Silvera. Luis Valenzuela gets the call here. Chicago shipper who's done some good things on the grass. In fact, 37 career starts on the turf. This horse has hit the board in 16 of them. Likely going to sit just off the pace. Should be able to get a decent trip from that post, and is 15-1. Number 5 is She's Got the Power. Harry Hernandez, our champion jockey from last year, looking for his first win in the saddle this year. Big closer. There is speed in the race. We'll see if Harry can time it right and make one big move. You don't get Harry Hernandez at 10-1 very often, so keep that in mind. 6 is a Minnesota bred called She Be Glamorous. Alonso Quinones for Tim Padilla. Boy, the Padilla barn continues to impress. They were so good last year, very profitable. They've got a win so far in the card with Princess Livia. Do not sleep on this connection. She Be Glamorous up there on the board at 6-1. The hot horse at the windows is the name that everybody loves out here. We're going to roll the boat with Golden Gopher. Jermaine Bridgemahan, in my opinion, the best turf rider in Shakopee. Love the way this guy handles his business on the grass. Horses off the layup, but how about the old school training job by Joel Burnt? 4 1-mile licks. Those are timed 1-mile workouts. Horse looks fit as a fiddle. Gorgeous impression. I cannot do a trifecta or a superfecta without the 7. This is absolutely the horse to beat. Number 8, Rental Pool. Never sleep on Mac Robertson for Joe Novogratz. Joe is here today, one of the most impressive owners in the Midwest. He wins all over the place. Churchill Downs, used to be Arlington Park. I love the Novogratz Silks, and I think Rental Pool deserves a long look. Up on the outside, number 9, Fast to Fortune. Barrios Lopez has a win in the card. He rides for Chip Willie, who also has a win in the card. I don't love the post, but I love that price at 9-1. Gotta love turf racing. Can anybody beat Mouse's favorite horse? It's Golden Gopher and even money. I'll try Mizana the Deuce. Who do you like? Pick 4 time at Canterbury. Race 5 at the gate in around 8. And then they're gonna get it on.
Once again, the pick 5 starts off with a big, big price. Now we're on to the late pick 4, and we're going to get to that in a sec. But first, we got an angle in this late pick 4, and it's one of Jeff Madey's favorites. Now we're going to be using a horse that's 3 years old, but we saw him at 2, and we're going to see how much Tonic and Gin has grown up from 2 to 3. We're going to take a closer look at Tonic and Gin first by looking at the 3 races that he put in as a 2-year-old. He didn't show speed in any of them, and that's going to be one of the main arguments against him, but we're going to get to reasons to like him. First off, Mac Robertson, his trainer, got a good run out of Honey Bella earlier. I was kind of going to use that as a yardstick, but nobody started off the meet that hot. Everybody's been winning. We're going to see if he can heat up. Maybe Tonic and Gin can do that. He is doing this off a layoff. We're going to get into that in just a second, too, because the numbers are good with Mac Robertson bringing back 3-year-olds off this kind of rest. The last time we saw him was on September 10th, and we're going to watch a replay of that race, too, just to put all the pieces together with Tonic and Gin. Now, Tonic and Gin that day added blinkers, and that's another positive move that he had made on the class drop to $40,000 claimers. Now, he comes in against maiden special weights today, and Mac Robertson brings him in off, I mentioned, that hefty layoff. These are the numbers when he's doing that, and that's a sizable sample. He's 11 for 55 when he brings these 3-year-olds back to the races, and hopefully this horse has followed that pattern and grown up, because as you can see, it's a return on investment that's a flat profit, and the price is usually right. I don't think that Tonic and Gin is going to be that price, but we're going to take a closer look at him as an individual. Now, Tonic and Gin is on the outside, and he didn't even enter the picture until now. This is the main thing that I talked about. Doesn't have a lot of speed, and we're going to see if he can show more now that he's 3 years old. Watch him on the outside as the winner pulls an upset this day, but Tonic and Gin closes in better than he ever had before. This was against $40,000 claimers, and today he is going to run against special weights. But the encouraging signs that you saw from him when he left off at 2 gives you hope that maybe a little more maturity and a little more speed can land him in the winner's circle for his maiden win. Now, it's going to be my angle versus the power play, but Tonic and Gin in race number 8 is hopefully not going to get caught in the undertow and break his maiden today. Well, if the pick 5 didn't include, or if your pick 5 ticket didn't include that upset in the 4th race, you can start anew in race number 5. This is the late pick 4. It starts on the turf, and I put together a very spare ticket today, as I tend to do. You can see it on the screen right there. And it starts with just the 7 and 8 in here. I'm surprised that they're so far apart on the board, but Golden Gopher is going to take a lot of money, I guess, throughout the betting as she has from the beginning and be your solid favorite. But she's got the record to back that up on this local course, and I think that she and Rental Pool might get out there and set, well, a leisurely pace, we'll say. I singled in race number 6 with Thunder's Rock and Roll. Lots of attention on Thunder's Rock and Roll as she brings her speed up from Oaklawn Park. Hasn't been able to carry it down there, but it could be a different story with a little bit less real estate to navigate in race number 6. The 7th moves over to the turf. Very contentious 5-furlong turf sprint, thus I felt the need to spread things out. But my top choice is on the outside there with JT's ATM, hoping he can stay close to the pace and maybe save a bit of ground and move over from that not so favorable post for him. I singled Tonic and Gin. We just went through the reasons why I like him. I just wanted to take a stand in there because the other logical contenders probably won't provide much value on the board. So we cut it down to that, and all it'll cost you is $4. You have 1 minute to make pick 4 tickets. Time is running out, and they will be on the turf shortly for the 5th.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Fast to Fortune, last in line. 9 in a line, race 5, it is turf time. And they're racing. Number 5, She's Got the Power, stumbled badly shortly after the start and went right back to last. Curious Ingy gets the first call, and at 13-1, Curious Ingy and Carlo Lopez show the way around the first turn. Outside of that, She's a Big Star, and these two pick it up. The field already well strung out. It's 1-3-8-2 making up the top 4, and they're chasing Curious Ingy. Back there now, third is Mizana under a tight pull to the inside of Rental Pool, and behind them is Golden Gopher, 6 lengths from the front. 2.5, 3 lengths after that, Fast to Fortune, then another 2 to Silvera, and behind Silvera, it is She Be Glamorous, and the slow beginning, She's Got Power, 13 lengths from the lead. They have less than a half mile to go. They zing into the far turn, and they're still chasing Curious Ingy, and Curious Ingy trying to trigger an upset in leg 2 of the pick 5. Curious Ingy, 1.5. In second, She's a Big Star, but that star is falling, and Rental Pool at 5-1 is a pesky Minnesotan to the outside, and Rental Pool gallops up to join Curious Ingy, and they head for home on the beautiful Canterbury turf course. It is Rental Pool looking to take ownership in the winner's circle. Right behind that one, Fast to Fortune. Outside of that, Mizana. Even farther out is Golden Gopher. Rental Pool, Fast to Fortune, looking to grab all the money. Fast to Fortune in time. The fifth race is official. 9827. On to race number 6. It's about 22 minutes from now. And number 4, Sundance Star, is ridden by Alonso Quinones. Race number 6 is courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery. We also thank Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com, providers of our July 3rd fireworks spectacular. Here is Fast to Fortune finding the winner's enclosure, and a new Canterbury rider, Daylor Barrios Lopez, has won 2 today. Steve Herwig with a couple of victories, and the other owner here is Judy Calhoun. A couple of victories for trainer Benny Woolley Jr. And they're racing. Number 5, She's Got the Power, stumbled badly shortly after the start and went right back to last. Curious Ingy gets the first call, and at 13-1, Curious Ingy and Carlo Lopez show the way around the first turn. Outside of that, She's a Big Star, and these two pick it up. The field already well strung out. It's 1-3-8-2 making up the top 4, and they're chasing Curious Ingy. Back there now, third is Mizana under a tight pull to the inside of Rental Pool, and behind them is Golden Gopher, 6 lengths from the front. 2.5, 3 lengths after that, Fast to Fortune, then another 2 to Silvera, and behind Silvera, it is She Be Glamorous, and the slow beginning, She's Got Power, 13 lengths from the lead. They have less than a half mile to go. They zing into the far turn, and they're still chasing Curious Ingy, and Curious Ingy trying to trigger an upset in leg 2 of the pick 5. Curious Ingy, 1.5. In second, She's a Big Star, but that star is falling, and Rental Pool at 5-1 is a pesky Minnesotan to the outside, and Rental Pool gallops up to join Curious Ingy, and they head for home on the beautiful Canterbury turf course. It is Rental Pool looking to take ownership in the winner's circle. Right behind that one, Fast to Fortune. Outside of that, Mizana. Even farther out is Golden Gopher. Rental Pool, Fast to Fortune, looking to grab all the money. Fast to Fortune in time.
Well, the bug boy, Barrios Lopez, does it again. This young man is showing some serious skills in the saddle. Those skills always get magnified on the turf course, so keep an eye on that. Another part of the handicapping puzzle. And we sail on to the middle leg of the pick 5, without a doubt the most important leg for a lot of players out there. We've got quite a few that are still alive in the 5, and this is where you had to make the big decision with the heavy favorite that will likely go off at below even money. Let's take a look at the combatants. These are Minnesota-bred girls going 5.5 furlongs. Number 1 is Amaretto de Amor, Carlo Lopez for Valerie Lund. This horse has flashed some talent. I go back to that win last year in the maiden special weight race. This horse looks so good doing it. You know, she's kind of been in and out, but you see the talents there. She's got natural speed, more route speed than sprint speed, so I wonder what they'll do from that post, knowing that the favorite right next door likely is the speed of the speed, but on her best day, there's no question she can contend. Number 2, though, is very, very talented. This is Thunder's Rock and Roll, Harry Hernandez for Mac Robertson, and she looks glorious down here on her toes in the paddock with those red blinkers. She's been running at Oaklawn Park in some big-time sprints, and she is all about early speed. Paul Allen made the point in our Today at the Races program. You can catch that every race day about 35 minutes before the first race. We break down all of the races for that card, and he said if this horse gets headed, which means another horse goes eyeball to eyeball, she could be vulnerable. The problem is she's so fast, she might just be clear of this field. And you know Harry Hernandez, if he gets the lead turning for home, how good he is. So pack a lunch. I couldn't beat the horse. I don't love the price. I don't think anyone loves the 1 to 5. But for you that are alive in the pick 5 that singled this horse, this is where the rubber meets the road, and she'll be tough to beat. Her name is Thunder's Rock and Roll. 3 is Holy Image. Holy cow, off since August of 2021, but it's Holy Hill Farm, and we've seen upsets with this barn time and time again, baby. This horse is a closer, will need the speed to back up. It looks like a prep race, but we've seen some crazy results so far in the first day and a half of racing in 2023. 4 is Sundance Star. Make the jockey Alonzo Quinones for the Hall of Famer David Van Winkle. Morning line set by a professional was 5 to 2. You're going to get a lot bigger price than that. Right now, double digits. Stalking speed, can kick it in down the stretch. We'll need some help on the front end. Here's the other Mac Robertson horse, and this is another part of the handicapping puzzle. This is Check, Cash, and Connie with Eduardo Gallardo, who's kind of the go-to rider in the barn, and she has speed too. Will she go out there and challenge the barn mate, or will she lay back? She's got talent. There's upside there, and it's Mac Robertson at a price, so don't sleep on the 5. And the outside marker looking good with those green and gold silks is Icy Will Burn Ya. There's Derby Glass for Caitlin Betford. Blinkers come off, cuts back off a route try in September, and a couple of nice workouts. The morning workouts, the buzz on those was pretty solid, so we'll see if that horse can make some noise when they turn for home. It's an allowance race for Minnesota-bred girls. Can anyone touch Thunder's Rock and Roll? She looks to make sweet music and roll on the front end. You've got 9 minutes to make your bets and make your decisions. Good luck. Boy, the middle leg of the pick 5. Go. All right, fans, want to draw your attention down here to the winner's circle. It is Memorial Day weekend, and we want to honor a great cause tied into the military. To my right here is Anthony Raiola, Regional Development Officer from Folds of Honor. And Folds of Honor is a charitable organization that supports the military families that need the money so much. So every Budweiser we sell, $1 from that 16-ounce can goes right to Folds of Honor. And Anthony, here at Canterbury, you can see the crowds come out. They love to support their local racing. And I think these weekends, when we celebrate the military and those families, fans have a reason to come out and do just more than bet on horses.
Yeah, I mean, all of you guys today here drinking Budweiser are going to be making an impact directly on Minnesota families who have served and sacrificed for our daily freedoms. And I just want to say a big thank you to Canterbury, Budweiser, our good friends at College City Beverage for making this all come to life.
And aside from this weekend, if our race fans want to continue to be charitable and do the right thing, believe in our military and how much they mean in our country, how can they get in touch with Folds of Honor for other events and other ways to raise money?
Yeah, the easiest way is to go to our website, foldsofhonor.org, and look up the Minnesota chapter. We got a list of all of our events happening. We actually have a big one coming up out on Lake Minnetonka on June 11th with country star Riley Green. If you're interested in that, you can find that on our website. But yeah, look us up and we will get back to you. And thank you guys for supporting us.
And to Anthony's right is Hannah Cavalli and her family directly touched by this cause. And Hannah, you're a youngster and you're in your early 20s, but to see the support that Folds of Honor provides for your family, how much does it make you feel good about this great charity cause?
Oh my gosh, the community that Folds of Honor has provided me is something that I could never get anywhere else, as well as the financial lifting up, you know, just for having that alleviated feeling of not having debt is incredible and something that I will always be grateful for.
And Anthony, I know you're a hockey player, you played at Minnetonka, played Division I college hockey. To see the families like Hannah's that are directly impacted by this charity, you're a team guy. You grew up playing a team sport where that locker room is everything. It's got to give you guys a little wind beneath your sails to see, because Minnesotans love to support great causes. They love to support the military, and our fans at Canterbury always come double-fisted in that regard. So from a team perspective, how satisfying is it for you to be a part of the team at Folds of Honor?
You know, it's why I do what I do. It makes it pretty easy to get out of bed every morning to know that you're making an impact. Folds of Honor nationally has given over 44,000 scholarships across the United States in all 50 states. Over $200 million awarded, $22 million of which has come from Budweiser. And, you know, it's not hard to get behind those who have sacrificed for our daily freedoms. And I couldn't be more appreciative for all the sacrifice that they've given us and keeping us free here at home.
God bless you and Folds of Honor. God bless you and your family. And folks, again, Budweiser cans, $1 from every single purchase goes directly to the charity. Also, these really cool pins, these flag pins I'm wearing, are available throughout the racetrack for $5. That money goes right to Folds of Honor. This is such a good cause, such an important weekend to pay tribute to the men and women that sacrifice so much for our freedom. And throughout the year, remember Anthony's company, remember Folds of Honor, and God bless the United States.
It's post time. Into the gate for race number 6. Here is Icy Will Burn Ya. Fields long shot. 6-pack ready to pop on Pepsi Family Day. And they're racing. And 2 from the outside. Check Cash In Connie is fast, and so is Thunder's Rock and Roll. And that filly splits runners gamely in search of the lead. Amaretto D'Amore also has speed. It's 1-2-5, and they go like the wind. 5-6 lengths clear from Sundance Star. Unseen for 8 months, about 8 lengths out of it. 5.5 clear from Holy Image, and Icy Will Burn Ya is last, and Amaretto D'Amore at 20-1. That one leads it by 2 as they approach the top of the stretch. Thunder's Rock and Roll, who prefers the lead, never got to sniff it, and now is struggling 5 lengths from it. In fact, has been passed by stablemate Check Cash and Connie, and they head for home. Amaretto D'Amore in love with that lead. Outside, Check Cash and Connie is firing. Thunder's Rock and Roll is resurgent, but not good enough. 1 and 5 to the line together. Amaretto D'Amore, Check Cashing Connie. Here they are. Check Cashing Connie. It looks like won it narrowly at 11-1. Tight photo in race number 6. Hold them all. We have an answer. And the winner is number 5, Check Cash and Connie. 5, 1, 2, 4. Into the winner's enclosure, after taking down the Armenian Princess, it is Check Cashing Connie and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning trainer, Mac Robertson. And Check Cashing Connie is owned by Hugh Robertson, John Mentz, and Jeff Larson. This is a 3-year-old bay filly by Runaway and Hyde out of She's So Dazzling. bred in Minnesota by Carl and Melanie Kindshoe and Eric von Segern. Race 7, the penultimate, provided by Quick Trip. We also thank season-long partners JTR Roofing, Think Realty, and Turtles. The 7th race is only 20 minutes away, and we go to the firm turf course. We sprint. Number 6, Hit the Seam, picked up by Adonar Santos. Six-pack ready to pop on Pepsi Family Day. And they're racing. And 2 from the outside. Check Cash In Connie is fast, and so is Thunder's Rock and Roll. And that filly splits runners gamely in search of the lead. Amaretto D'Amore also has speed. It's 1-2-5, and they go like the wind. 5-6 lengths clear from Sundance Star. Unseen for 8 months, about 8 lengths out of it. 5.5 clear from Holy Image, and Icy Will Burn Ya is last. And Amaretto D'Amore at 20-1. That one leads it by 2 as they approach the top of the stretch. Thunder's Rock and Roll, who prefers the lead, never got to sniff it, and now is struggling 5 lengths from it. In fact, has been passed by stablemate Check Cash and Connie, and they head for home. Amaretto D'Amore in love with that lead. Outside, Check Cash and Connie is firing. Thunder's Rock and Roll is resurgent, but not good enough. 1 and 5 to the line together. Amaretto D'Amore, Check Cashing Connie. Here they are. Check Cashing Connie. It looks like won it narrowly at 11-1.
don't know. I'm a Saints fan. Go Saints. But I'm gonna go with 2.
No idea.
Can I call Paul Allen real quick? I really don't know that answer.
I think 0. I don't know. 0?
I'm not sure. Not as many as the Cowboys.
0.
As many as the Detroit Lions, 0.
Well, we had another upset in the pick 5. Mac Robertson's favorite does not provide the win, but the other guy gets the job done. And if you're alive in the pick 5 now, 2 legs to go, and it gets real interesting. As we mentioned, just under $500,000 in that pick 5 pool. So good luck if you're alive. Some amazing handicapping along the way. And another tough puzzle here. It's a turf sprint. These are always such fun races to not only bet, but to watch. Let's start with number 1, Ray's Angel for Karen Offerman. And one of my favorite horses out here. Just fires every time, has great speed for Troy Bethke. Carlo Lopez, you can see in the running lines, won a couple of times in the saddle on this turf course last year. From the rail, there's going to be no mystery what they're going to do. They are going to gun out there and try to get loose. Good-looking horse in the paddock. And Troy's got this one legged up with a couple of starts at Fauner. I think Ray's Angel is a primetime player here, and I love the price at 6-1. I was torn between the inside 2 markers. I settled in on number 2, Channel 1. I'll try Lindy Wade here for Tanner Tracy. Like the efforts in Chicago, love the turf form at places like Evangeline, the Fairgrounds, and Hawthorne. Versatile horse. I know the one's going to go. I know the outside horse is likely going to go. This horse probably falls into a pretty good trip from just off the pace. Good value up on the board. I'll try the deuce at 6-1. Number 3, Zeke Laura rides Released for Edgar Espinoza in from glitzy Oaklawn Park. The horse that beat him the last 2 times out is Town Champ, one of the toughest sprinters at the claiming level in the country. Town Champ is a monster, and Release was right out there with him, so some cred for that for sure. And 8-1 up on the board. 4 makes a nice impression in the paddock here. Nice price, too, 8-1. This is Track Phantom's pick. This is Miami Crockett. Izzy Hernandez gets the call for Ryan Kenny. In from the desert, last time out at Turf Paradise, 5.5-1, and got the money. Will be off the pace. The pace will be honest. We'll see if Miami Crockett can get it done at a price. 5 is Perfect Fanny. Harry Hernandez for Chip Woolley. 5 tries on the Canterbury turf, 2 for 5 in the money. Has early speed, but we'll see if the horse can win when he doesn't have the front, because there's no way he's fast enough to keep up with the 1 and the 8 early on paper. 6 has hit the seam, more speed. Silva the call here with Santos taking over in the saddle. In from Arizona, nearly wired a tough bunch last time out. Will be on the engine early and has good energy down here in the paddock. 7 is Optimal Courage. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're going to play a trifecta or super, do not leave the 7 out. Should get a great trip from off the pace. It's Miguel Angel Silva. 5 tries on our turf course, 4 wins and a second. This guy loves the Canterbury lawn. Here's Angela's pick. It's the 8. It's JT's ATM. Uh-oh, the bug boy, Barrios Lopez. There he is, big smile on his face. He's doing good things in the saddle. Outside attack post, early speed. The bookenders are going to make something happen early. We'll see if he can work out the trip. It's a turf sprint. It's fun and games like, well, no place else. It's race 7. If you're alive in the pick 5, good luck. 2 more legs to financial freedom. Here they come to the viral path, and onto the track we go for the call to the post.
Ladies and gentlemen, our bugler, Lynn Dykert. Thanks, buddy. Great job as usual. Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track, then to the turf course, which is firm. For the 7th, number 6, Hit the Seam, is ridden by Adamar Santos. 8, Go to the Gate in a little less than 8. It's the penultimate this Sunday at CBY. And by the way, parents and kids, following the 8th race, the final live race, the kids get to run on the dirt track. We do that each and every Sunday, about 10 minutes after the last race. We have a couple of races for the kids, about 30, 40 yards in distance down to the finish line. One is for kids 7 years of age and younger, and the other for those 8 and older. That'll take place about 10 minutes after race 8.
We're down in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle one more time. We just have a couple of races left on the card. Welcome to the Quick Trip Dash for Cash. If you were back, your Dash for Gas. If you were here last night, you saw something similar, but this is going to be our spin on it for Quick Trip. Each one of these lucky 8 contestants is going to get a shot at $100 in Quick Trip gas. Now, the second and third place finishers will still get $20, but you're going to want to root hard for your number, and they are assigned to each one of the horses in our 7th race. Pretty simple. If it wins, you get the big prize. Second or third, you get 20 bucks. Now, let's meet our contestants. We already have seen the horses. We must meet the humans. Now, on the one horse, Ray's Angel, who do we have?
I'm Nolan from Mendota Heights. Ray's Angel all day, baby.
Okay, fans of Ray's Angel have a Mendota Heights native to root for. Good luck to you. Now the 2, Channel 1, who do we have playing?
I'm Lionel from Lakeville, and let's get paid.
Okay, perfect. I think you have a very good shot at that. Moving on just to the outside of him, Released, the 3, who's playing?
I'm Tara from Tennessee.
Okay. Oh my goodness. You're going to need a lot of gas. Good luck to you in this one. We hope we can get you back with some Quick Trip funds. The 4, Miami Crockett, playing with who?
I'm Luke from Savage, and I've got the Crockett.
Okay. You're not going to need quite as much gas as to get to Tennessee, but good luck to you nonetheless, the local hope. Now, number 5, Perfect Fanny. Who do we have?
I'm Steve from Skull Country, and I got the Perfect Fanny.
Okay, this is all Skull Country, but we all don't have a Perfect Fanny. Well played. Okay, good luck. Number 6, Hit the Seam. Who is representing Hit the Seam?
I'm Angie from Lakeville.
You have a wonderful name, and you're also competing from Lakeville. I'm sorry, I have to give her the edge over you, but good luck to you both. All right, number 7, Optimal Courage. Who is playing?
I'm Megan. I'm also from Lakeville.
We seem to have representatives from the same city playing. You also have a fan right in the front row. Good luck to you and good luck to Optimal Courage. Now, I'm with you. JT's ATM is my pick in this one, but who do we have rooting along with me?
Oh, I am Mike from Madison, Wisconsin.
You forgot where you were from?
Well, okay, so I'm living in Lakeville with these guys, but there's too many Lakeville, so on Wisconsin.
I would want to forget Madison too. Don't worry about it. But good luck to you and good luck to JT's ATM. You all have just less than a minute to sweat this one out. They're loading into the gate. Good luck to all of you. And make sure for all your gas needs out there, you hit Quick Trip.
That's the one that likes to put his leg up. Yeah, that's why they did it.
Into the gate for the 7th, our penultimate, beginning the final Dr. Dan double for the day. JT's ATM last in, 3-1. Eight in the gate, Turf Sprint, CBY. And they're racing. Number 2, Channel 1 got pinched back to last after the gates open. Meanwhile, several others shoot out for the early lead. Miami Crockett in search of 2 in a row. Between them, Optimal Courage right up there. JT's ATM is widest of those 3. And now Hit the Seam finds a seam on the inside to battle for the pace. Miami Crockett outbroke the field, but now is doing the moonwalk. Released has been released and is 4 lengths from the lead in 4th. Then we come back to Perfect Fanny. A recovering Channel 1 has put Ray's Angel in last. 3 astern at the top of the stretch. And Hit the Seam is tenacious to the inside. Next to that one is Optimal Courage battling bravely. On the far outside, JT's ATM. Between them, Channel 1, despite the bad start, full of run. Inside Released. It's going to be a wild one, but Released is too good. Released at 13-1. Number 3 Released first at 13-1. It is 327 and a fourth place photo. We also had a claim in race number 7, a $10,000 claim. Stand by. The claim, ladies and gentlemen, the winner, number 3, Released, was claimed by trainer Tony Rengstorff for Justin Rivak's Rocket Wrench Racing. $10,000 the price. We have an objection. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, a jockey's objection being analyzed by our track referees, the stewards, and it does involve the winner, number 3, Released. The rider aboard number 2, Channel 1, the runner-up, Lindy Wade, is claiming Zeke Laura and Released interfered Channel 1 right out of the gate, causing the slow start, and subsequently, in the belief of the rider via the objection, a victory in race 7. So please hold all tickets until the judges determine what to do with 327 in a photo. On TV monitors and the big screen in the infield, you'll be looking at numbers 2 and 3. The rider of number 2 has claimed foul regarding the start, and number 3, the eventual winner, Released. This is exactly what our track referees, the stewards, are looking at right now. Miami Crockett fourth. So now the judges are taking a look at the path of number 3 out of the gate to determine if whatever happened in the estimation of the rider of number 2 potentially cost Channel 1 a victory. The 2 did run second. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no change. In the estimation of our track referees, the judges, our stewards, while acknowledging number 3 released did come over to the left shortly after the start, number 2 Channel 1 also came out to the right after starting a beat slowly. So therefore, they offset, and there's no reason to make a change. 3274, soon to be official. In the winner's enclosure, it's released, and Zeke Lara. The winning owner and trainer, Edgar Espinoza. It's official. 10-cent Superfecta paid $152 for a dime. 3274 for a dime. $1.52. Prices on TV monitors now. Boffo as they are. 8th race, final live race. Kids run after the 8th. And the final leg of a pick 5 that had a $70,000 carryover into it. And we have had a couple of longer shots win during said sequence. In the 8th race, big field. We have no scratches or rider changes. And the luckiest of the lucky lasts is 22 minutes from now. And they're racing. Number 2, Channel 1 got pinched back to last after the gates open. Meanwhile, several others shoot out for the early lead. Miami Crockett in search of 2 in a row. Between them, Optimal Courage right up there. JT's ATM is widest of those 3. And now Hit the Seam finds a seam on the inside to battle for the pace. Miami Crockett outbroke the field, but now is doing the moonwalk. Released has been released and is 4 lengths from the lead in 4th. Then we come back to Perfect Fanny. A recovering Channel 1 has put Ray's Angel in last. 3 astern at the top of the stretch. And Hit the Seam is tenacious to the inside. Next to that one is Optimal Courage battling bravely. On the far outside, JT's ATM. Between them, Channel 1, despite the bad start, full of run. Inside Released. It's going to be a wild one, but Released is too good. Released at 13-1.
Well, we've seen prices all day long, and if you're alive in the pick 5, good luck. The lowest payoff, Angela Herman with me here, 167,000. There are a few payoffs on that board over 400,000. This is why you love Canterbury, you love the 10% takeout, and you love competitive fields like we've seen today.
Oh, right. And, it pays to play Canterbury. I mean, we've had just that one carryover leading into that sequence that I thought was even harder than yesterday, and that's how it's panned out. I think we've only got like 5 to 10 tickets alive, and like you said, big numbers come along with those horses that are still alive in the pick 5.
Canterbury race fans put more money into our pick 5 today than they played in New York at Glitzy Belmont Park into their late pick 5. Pretty cool to see something like that. Too many horses to go horse by horse. We're just going to talk about the field. I said a couple hours ago, Ange, this was the best betting race on the card. I thought there could be chaos. I'll be cheering for that because my pick 5 died a couple hours ago. Let's first talk about the horse that you like best. Give us a little read on your top pick.
I took Tonic and Gin because I saw quite a bit of pace in here. I mean, just by it being a full field, you'd think that the pace would be healthy, if not hot. And Tonic and Gin was pretty good when he added the blinkers. That was back in September. They have brought him back off a layoff, but the numbers are good. 11 for 55 to be exact, bringing 3-year-olds back from this lengthy of a layoff. And it's nice to see them put him in for the maiden special weight. They don't put him back in for a tag, and maybe his horse has improved enough to make his presence felt in here at a decent number. I thought he'd be a square price. Right now you're getting 7 to 1. I would take that.
Yeah, I look at my trifecta. I've got 7 to 1 over 19 to 1 over 7 to 1. So yes, I will be going to the window here. And I like the 5. I like Undertow, Harry Hernandez, and Joel Byrne. Co-training champion, jockey champion by a pole last year, and a horse with early speed in from Chicago after facing Open Company. I'm on board. Crowded field, I think early speed is going to be important. To Angela's point, it might be a little hot up front, but I think this horse is versatile enough to either sit on the lead or just off the lead, and I love the price right now, 7 to 1. I also think the 4, Jose Patio, is super intriguing. Stakes dropper, showed talent last year, and Mikey Beeler, Angela, is a trainer we've seen bring in prices before. I got to use the 4 in my trifecta.
Well, and he showed a lot last year in being, put into the Northern Lights Futurity. They thought enough of what he had shown both in the afternoon and in the morning. Both of the horses that you mentioned, I thought, might like some turf in their future. I mean, one is a foal to Midnight Current, the other one to Fancy Prance. I mean, they have a lot of turf in both of their pedigrees, but right now, I'm surprised the total surprise is not sitting at lower than 7 to 1. This was your morning line favorite. The other, Lothenbach and Burnt Horse, and Total Surprise had shown a little bit more sprinting last year.
I'm surprised. That horse is certainly live in this spot. Wide open race, best betting race of the day. And if you're like me and your pick 5 ticket is no longer good, the carryover horses are 2, 6, 8, 11, and 12. This is the final race of today, but we have a holiday card tomorrow, Memorial Day, 1 o'clock. If you're alive in the 5, go get that 6-figure payoff. Thanks for playing Canterbury Park. The lucky last, Minnesota breds looking to break their maiden, happens inside 10 minutes. Enjoy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention down to the winner's circle to my right. Marty from New Prague is 15 today. Let's give it up for Marty from beautiful New Prague, Minnesota. And because it's your birthday and because you're such a big fan of Canterbury's, we're going to allow you to play on your birthday the game we call Framed. We're going to turn around and look at the big board here on the totalizer board. We're going to give him some clues. It's going to be a movie that he should know. If he gets it right, he gets a Canterbury prize pack, T-shirts, backpacks, all kinds of goodies. Let's take a look at the board. Marty, are you a big movie guy?
Not a big one, but I've watched a few.
I bet you have. All right, here we go. So you can see right now the movie is framed up. We got The Rock kind of center stage there. It looks like they're out in the wilderness. I'm going to give you a couple seconds to gather your thoughts. All right, let's see what the birthday boy has to say. What is your guess?
Jumanji.
Hey, it's Jumanji. Let's see if it's right. Hey, the birthday boy goes home a winner. He gets a Canterbury Park prize pack on his 15th birthday. You can play too. Just come out to Canterbury. We do this each and every Sunday. Good luck in the last.
It is now post time for the 8th, courtesy of Continental Diamond in St. Louis Park. Stop by the casino, play some blackjack, 3-card poker, maybe Texas Hold'em after the kids run on the track in the 8th race. It's open 24/7 with full food and beverage service. Best of luck to those of you alive in the Canterbury Park Pick 5. There are several who could win this race with payoffs at more than $500,000, which would be the biggest payoff of a wager in the history of Minnesota racing. That's number 3, Sweet Bodymeister, causing a ruckus in the gate. The rider for the 1 bails, and they're going to take this 3 out, and he will come under track vet supervision. They back the 3 out. Track vet analyzing. The others wait patiently. There is the Firster BL's Concerto on TV monitors. One of 4 first-time starters in the 8th. We do race tomorrow at 1 o'clock, Memorial Day racing. Ladies and gentlemen, scratch number 3, Sweet Bodymeister, on the advice of the track veterinarian and by order of our stewards. Number 3, Sweet Bodymeister, has been scratched. Refunds are available for Win Play Show, Exacta Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers involving number 3, Sweet Bodymeister. We will have a consolation double payoff to that 3 from the winner of race 7. And pick 3, 4, and 5 wagers involving number 3, Sweet Bodymeister. Well, they head to the starting favorite in race 8. They've backed them out. If you need to adjust wagers or get refunds, you can do so right now, and they will head back to the gate shortly. All righty, they are moving back in for the 8th. Crocodile Hunter has gone in. And here is Undertow, the debuting BL's Concerto. And lastly, Kapow. Two back, one out. Kapow and Kelsey still behind the gate. Kapow and Kelsey have gone in. 12 set to battle, and here they are. And they're racing. That first or two from the outside broke terribly. BL's Concerto. Wonderful beginning for Jose Patio. Likewise for Withstand the Storm. And Withstand the Storm at 19-1 has grabbed the lead narrowly, but now the 4 re-engages about 2.5, 3 clear from Crocodile Hunter, who gets a great trip. 3-4 after that to Arvu's Tattoo. Beginning to advance on the outside is Pro Tonic and Gin. That's the 9 on the move, and that one's about 8 lengths from the lead. Win over Wyatt debuts far out of it, and after that we have Arvu's Tattoo about 3.5 clear from Kapow. Then we come back to the trailing 2. Cat on the Prowl. The one in last is BL's Concerto. Well strung out, and there goes Crocodile Hunter with a keen turn of speed, and Crocodile Hunter has left the others in the wake of that keen turn of speed. Moving into second is Pro Tonic and Gin. Crocodile Hunter, Pro Tonic and Gin. Crocodile Hunter chomps all the money in race 8. The 8th is official. Crocodile Hunter is our final winner. The winning rider, Alonzo Quinones, the winning trainer, Tim Padilla, and the winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla, who also bred this winner in Minnesota. Payoffs available and on TV monitors. Our pick 5 paid $125,380. Kids, about time to run on the track. Assemble by the winner's enclosure. We do this each and every Sunday following the final live race. First race is for kids 7 years of age and younger, and the second for those 8 and older. Set to battle, and here they are, and they're racing. That first or two from the outside broke terribly. BL's Concerto. Wonderful beginning for Jose Petio. Likewise for Withstand the Storm. And Withstand the Storm at 19-1 has grabbed the lead narrowly, but now the 4 re-engages about 2.5, 3 clear from Crocodile Hunter, who gets a great trip. 3-4 after that to Arvu's Tattoo. Beginning to advance on the outside is Pro Tonic and Gin. That's the 9 on the move, and that one's about 8 lengths from the lead. Win over Wyatt debuts far out of it, and after that we have Arvu's Tattoo about 3.5 clear from Kapow. Then we come back to the trailing 2. Cat on the Prowl. The one in last is BL's Concerto. Well strung out, and there goes Crocodile Hunter with a keen turn of speed, and Crocodile Hunter has left the others in the wake of that keen turn of speed. Moving into second is Protonic and Gin. Crocodile Hunter, Protonic and Gin. Crocodile Hunter chomps all the money in race 8. All righty, boys and girls, let's run on the racetrack. Boys and girls 7 years of age and younger, head out to the dirt track and stand behind one of the 3 lines I believe we're drawing. What? First race, preferably for kids 7 years and younger, and then 8 and older. Now, kids, listen closely. You're going to run down to the finish line and then run back. We do this each and every Sunday, about 10 minutes following the final live race. Big crowd for the 7 and under. All are welcome. Chicken nugs. Last chance for 7 and under to get on in here. Parents are welcome on the track, by the way, to film or take pictures. Ready, go! Here come the little boys and girls, and what a massive crowd we have for the 7 and under division. And the little girl closest to the rail, she's looking good, but now they turn around, and we have this young lady who almost ran into somebody, tearing away to victory. That was awesome. Well done, boys and girls. Justin Jefferson, guys, gotten lost on the track. No children down so far, so that's a victory. Here's JJ to the 10, to the 5, touchdown, little buddy. All right, everybody come off the track, then we're going to put the next group out. Thank you very much, parents and boys and girls. Oh my God, Kirko, chill. Here, get a phone out real quick. Oh, yeah. And show your shirt, then come over to me, okay? Yeah. Videotape. Oh, yeah. Ready? Show your shirt, and then come over to me. Show your shirt. Oh, my God. Kirko, chill. Here come the big boys and girls, 8 years of age and older. It's a very, very smart group of young men and women. Remember, everybody as you enter, it's imperative you poke the sides of the man with the blue blazer. Parents, you're welcome to go out on the dirt track if you want. Videotape, take pictures. 8 and older, please. Last call. Gate's about to close. Find a spot behind the line. You go down to the finish line and you come back. Gates closed. Ready? No, 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 no. Come on, we're betting on this. No cheating. Ready? Go! Here come the big boys and girls, and little man got a head start. It's Johnny G and the supple sides with the lead. After that, Barajas. What a mad frenzy to the finish. Too close to call. God bless everybody. Thanks for coming to Canterbury. Safe travels when you leave. We do this every week.